Leonard Pelletier, Jamal, and Dr. McDonald have been in prison almost 50 years. And it's also ignored that 10,000 people died today, 4,500 from cancers, 44 from coronaries, entirely from the slaughterhouse industry, as surely as St. Patty's Day and Easter are but marketing ploys by the animal herder and murder elites that placed Jesus on the cross for cleansing the temple in an act of animal liberation.
You have 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Mental health professionals, and amidst all these adults that are paying $2 to $4 a gallon more than anywhere else, we are so lost. The good news is, I am Peter, and I am asking, I am tasking, I'm commanding, I'm praying, all true servants to Yeshua, the Christos light, to come forth and fulfill the prophecy, start the gardens, shut down the corruption, and to stop the homeless issue the students need, but consider walking out of class, and the problem will be solved.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Okay. Do we have any more blue cards?
There are no other blue cards, President Manieri.
Okay, do we have any folks online?
If there are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on our closed session agenda, please raise your hand at this time. President Manieri, there are no hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we will recess to closed session.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you all for attending today's meeting of the Santa Rosa City School Board.
Muchas gracias por atender el comité de las.
Opening this meeting Wednesday, March 29th, 2023. Please join me in standing for our territorial land acknowledgement. Leading us this evening is Anastasio Tovar Rose.
Little moment of peace and harmony. I acknowledge that Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and homeland of the Pomo people and traditional territory of the homeland of the Coast Miwok people, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it through the generations. This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous people.
Thank you, Anastasio. And please stay standing for our Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you all again for joining us this evening. We hope that everyone had a restful spring break. It's so wonderful to see so many students and families and community members here with us today. The next item on the agenda is a report of actions taken in closed session. In closed session, the board directed legal counsel to initiate or intervene in a legal action involving social media litigation by a 6-0 majority vote. The action, the defendants, and the other particulars shall, once formally commenced, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry, unless to do so would jeopardize the district's ability to effectuate service of process on one or more unserved parties, or that to do so would jeopardize the district's ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations to its advantage. The members voted as follows. The item was moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Vice President Medina, and it was a unanimous aye vote. Item C4 is items considered in closed session, or I'm sorry, items considered in closed session for action in open session. We are seeking a motion on the revised agreement for case number 22-23-17.
So moved. Second.
That was moved by Vice President Medina and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. And now we are moving on to case number 22-2318. We are seeking a motion on this case number.
So moved.
Second.
That was moved by Director Sheffield and seconded by Director Flores. Roll call, vote, please.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Now we move on to case number 22-2319.
I move approval of recommendations for 22-2319.
Second.
That was moved by Director Sheffield and seconded by Director Flores. Roll call, vote, please.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. And now we have case number 22-2321.
Move to accept the recommendations.
I'll second.
That was moved by Director Medina and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call, vote, please.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. Director Flores.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Now we have case number 22-2323.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
That was moved by Director Flores and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call, vote, please.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Next is case number 22-2320.
Move to approve case 22-2320.
Second.
That was moved by Director Flores and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call, vote, please.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. President Manieri.
Aye. Next is case number 22-2326.
Move to approve the recommendations.
Second.
That was moved by Director Medina and seconded by Director Flores. Roll call, vote, please.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. President Manieri.
Aye. And next we have case number 22-2330.
Move to approve case number 22-2330.
Second.
That was moved by Director Flores and seconded by Director Medina. Roll call, vote, please.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. That brings us to item C5, statements of abstention. Are there any statements of abstention tonight? Okay, seeing none. Item C6, adjustments to the agenda. Board members or Superintendent Trinnell, are there any adjustments that we need to make this evening? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to item C7, special presentations for Student of the Month and Certificated and Classified Employees of the Month. And these presentations this evening will honor our students for their academics, their character, and other praiseworthy accomplishments. We will also be honoring our certificated and classified employees for their outstanding dedication and service. Joining us for these presentations, we have Principal Diaz from Cesar Chavez Language Academy and Principal Albavera from Elsie Allen High School.
Good evening. It is always a pleasure to be here for this night. Directora Diaz para servirles. And first, I'm going to start with CCLA's student. I always say the year because we only get one, Aliana Martinez. It is my honor to introduce Cesar Chavez Language Academy Student of the Year, Aliana Martinez. Aliana exemplifies what we strive for all our students at CCLA, to foster creative, honest, and kind citizens of the community and the world. She not only excels academically, but cares about her family, school, and community. She is involved in basketball, volleyball, softball, garden club, and drama, and I'm sure many more. Ms. Sena, our ELD TOSA, shared this about Aliana. Ever since Aliana started kindergarten, she has demonstrated a love of learning and compassion towards others. She fully engages in the learning process, and due to her incredible work ethic, excels in academics. Aliana's compassion was evident early on when she became fast friends with a child with special needs. She took great care of the student, but more than anything, she just wanted to be his friend. Aliana is someone we can all learn from. She exudes a contagious joy for life and takes the time to let others know she cares. Watching her grow up has been such a great privilege of mine. Aliana is one student whose life will surely have a great impact in our community. Aliana is thankful that she was able to learn Spanish because now she's able to communicate with both sides of her family. Aliana's favorite quote is from one of her favorite books, Matilda. It does not matter how you start, but how you finish. We can all learn from such an exceptional human being. I am beyond proud to be in her presence. We at CCLA have no doubt that she will accomplish greatness, and we thank her parents for sharing her with us. Congratulations, Aliana. And now moving on to our classified employee of the year. If Patricia Chino Ramirez could please come down. It is with great pride that Cesar Chavez Language Academy honors Patricia Chino Ramirez as our classified employee of the year. I've always believed that titles are not what we should measure people by, but by their character. She is a noon supervisor, instructional assistant, and a parent. Her oldest is now in 7th grade. She cares deeply about all who surround her. There is nothing she would not do to help someone else in need. These are a couple things people have to say about Pati. Our office manager, Irma, shared. I would like to share something about Pati. I met Pati when she enrolled her son Dylan in kindergarten. Dylan is now in 7th grade. Pati is always willing to help and go beyond her job duties. I have never heard Pati say that it is not in my job description, or I am too busy to do anything extra. She finds time to help in any way possible. She is very knowledgeable and her nurse experience has allowed her to support us when needed. I consider Patty a valuable asset to our school and our students, and are very lucky to have someone like her in our community. Ms. Promise also shared, I had the honor of meeting Patty as I was still in second grade teacher. I have an immense amount of respect for her as she was initially a parent volunteer in my classroom and helped me so much with whatever I needed. To say that Patty is one of a kind is an understatement. She has a beautiful soul that we are fortunate to have at Cesar Chavez Language Academy. Congratulations from all of us. And now to introduce our certificated employee of the year, Ms. Kelly McCura. And before I even start reading, just to acknowledge that it is her birthday. And she's still here, so I appreciate that. And not only that, but there she has fans from LC and Cesar Chavez Language Academy. I don't know which one wins, but it's not a competition. It is with great pleasure that I introduce our certificated employee of the year, Ms. Kelly McCura. I've had the honor of working with Kelly this past year. In this short amount of time, I have learned so much from her. She is an amazing science teacher. She ensures that all her students are engaged and feel safe. She has worked hard in ensuring she has enough Spanish to be able to give our newcomers science content. When you walk into her class, you want to stay and participate along with the students. Kelly is a team-oriented and coordinates efforts with dedicated drive while partnering with instructional assistants and student teachers to support current students and ideally inspire future teachers. Kelly not only supports growth and scientific discovery for each of our middle school students during official class periods, but also extends her care and enthusiasm, welcoming students to find safe harbor during breaks and help her maintain a top-notch classroom environment. We can always count on Kelly on her students to We can always count on her, Kelly and her students to put in a concerted effort in designing and putting up Spirit Day decorations to add to the scientific atmosphere already in place. As a prior high school science teacher, Kelly is motivated to support middle school experiences and growth that will prepare them for the years to come. But yes, thank you to, as Elsie Allen will thank her later. This year, she planned and orchestrated a series of field trips that allowed all of her 7th grade students to go and experience nature through an ecological lens with land paths for 3 full days each. The students would come back and say that was the best day ever. All who started the series of trips, reluctant, dropped in during the first session and looked forward to the rest to come. When asked her students about Ms. McCura's, her students expressed their gratitude towards her. She really listens and cares about us. She will take the time and just listen. Sometimes that is all we need. Congratulations, Ms. McCura.
Good evening. Me llamo Anastasio Tovar y soy el presidente de César Chávez Language Academy Fundación. Y le quiero dar las gracias a la superintendente Ana Turnell y el distrito por darnos una super principal. I just want to thank our superintendent, Anna Turnell, for assigning a great principal to our school this year and great vice principals also. We have in hand Ms. Gabriela Mendoza Torres and Ms. Tanya Peterson. Thank you for assigning these great administrators to our school. Like I said, my name's Anastasio. I have two boys at CCLA. I have a sixth grader and a third grader. This is my 6th year in the foundation, and it's an honor to be a president this year. It's our 10-year anniversary. Some of the achievements that we've accomplished this year is during the first week of school, we partaked in Jumpstart with our incoming 7th graders. So the foundation was there selling school apparel and making sure that the 7th graders kind of knew where to go and get their uniforms and their PE clothes. In the fall, we had our color run, which was a very successful event. We raised over $32,000, sorry. These funds will be used for enrichment programs at our school. We have had some dine and donates. Some companies that participated in that is Kona Ice, Amy's Kitchen, Fruta. We've had several bingo nights at our school. I want to thank Ms. Anna Turnell, our superintendent, for attending our band booster night. Bingo night, we raised $1,800 for that. Thank you for being there. I want to thank Vice President Omar Medina and Director Ever Flores for attending our 6th grade bingo night. That night we raised $3,200, and that's going to go to our band booster band program. I met with some of our little students the other day, and I just kind of wanted to interview them and kind of ask, what they thought about our school. And our ASB president, Ximena Camacho, says that she feels safe at our school. She feels welcome. She feels that the teachers are very supportive of her, and she loves our school. She acknowledged that she's going to be attending LC Allen in the fall, so that's nice to hear. She said that she chose Cesar Chavez because her siblings had attended Cesar or Cook before, and they have attended LC Allen, so go Lobos. I also interviewed some 3rd graders, and they had some fun stuff to share about our lunches. They say they love the pizza, but they prefer that it was Little Caesars. They say the breakfast is fabulous because it has a lot of sugar, but they like to see a little bit more better lunch options. Ms. Mannery, President Mannery was on our campus, and she witnessed our lunch program. So what the type of foods that we serve. So just bringing that back and seeing what the district could do to have less sugar. And I don't know if we could get Little Caesars at our school, but they also want to see a little bit more monkey bars in our playground. I also interviewed some yard duty staff. They like to see some more shading in our playground. They are very concerned for our low fence that we have on Sebastopol Road. So they like to see netting, some type of safety. I've witnessed some almost accidents happening on Sebastopol Road. So maybe the school district could reconsider on, what we could do for our fencing. Future stuff that's happening at our school. We have Cesar Chavez Day coming up this Friday. It's our 10-year anniversary, I said earlier. So I invite all board members and community members to come to our school. It's going to be a big event. It's from 1:30 to 5. April 21st is Earth Day. The Garden Club at our school is putting that together and the foundation is sponsoring that. It's basically a campus cleanup. We like to see a little bit more recycling options at our school. We like to see a little bit more green beans and compost bins for that. And we have our spring gala that's happening April 29th, and I like to invite every single board member to come to that. That is our biggest event that we have at the school. Our goal is to raise $40,000 for that. Some of the stuff that we have donated and for silent and live auctions are some Beyonce tickets, a trip to Puerto Rico, spa treatment at Solage. So I invite all of you guys to please attend that. Our last bingo night is going to be on May 9th. It's kind of a Mother's Day theme. The band boosters are putting that together and their theme is pasta for your mama. So I invite all you guys to attend that. Once again, I'm very thankful for being the president of the foundation this year. It's very special, like I said, that it's the 10-year anniversary. And I applaud all board members that have come to our school. I invite the student board member to come to our school and meet our ASB president. I encourage you to go into other schools and meet ASB presidents and see what their voices are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Anastasio and Principal Diaz. And next, we will celebrate LCL in high school.
Well, that's a tough act to follow, but we'll try our best. Like to bring Priscilla Magayan to sit here next to me. Again, Gabriel Bavera, Principal, LCL in high school. I'm excited, and like Directora Diaz, this is one of my most funnest days because just of the celebration that we have for our staff and our students. So our student of the month, Priscilla Magayan. LCL in high school is honored to present Priscilla Magayan with our highest recognition and honor, the Santa Rosa City Schools Student of the Month Award for March 2023. Some of you already know Priscilla, which as you can tell, she's a very driven young lady. Priscilla came to LCL in high school from Los Angeles at the beginning of her sophomore year, and it didn't take her long to get involved. She moved to Sonoma County with her mom and sister. Once she started LCL in high school, Priscilla found herself and her voice. She began to run cross country. She was accepted to the LCL University program, and she met teachers and students that she connected with. As a member of the University Center program at LCL, and Priscilla had been an early entrant to student at Sonoma State University for 2 years, where she has already completed 3 general education courses. And succeeding in college courses as a high school student requires a tremendous amount of responsibility, maturity, organization, and initiative. Some of Priscilla's teachers she connected with have this to say about her. Mr. Gibson, Priscilla is one of the most conscientious and fast and focused students I have ever had. She's 100% reliable and dependable to complete assignments on time with the highest quality. Mr. Brian Deller, who's here to support as well, writes, Priscilla exhibits the undervalued quality of resilience and perseverance. She has worked diligently both on her academic success and to overcome the challenges within her personal life. She has set very high goals for her future. It is Priscilla's desire to use her education and life's experiences to help others who have faced similar life struggles. Priscilla is a warm, kind, and generous person that in her small way makes the world a better place, which was exemplified by her voice and actions to organize our LCL and high school listening session that we had a couple weeks ago after the tragedy at Montgomery High School. As a member of the University Center program at LCL in high school, Priscilla has been, again, early entrant to Sonoma State. And with that, excuse me, speaking of Priscilla's college future, she is already set for her new adventure. Priscilla has matched with Davidson College through the prestigious Questbridge National College Matching Program, where she'll be studying pre-law starting in the fall. Now, hopefully after she's done, it's going to be known as Priscilla School, not Steph Curry School. That's our hope. For sure. I did ask Priscilla why pre-law, and I think Director Alegría, you'd be interested in this. Her response is, my inspiration to become a successful leader, magistrate, judge, or a political figure is the unfortunate situation I faced with my family that didn't get the justice, or my mom that didn't get the justice she deserved in an incident of abuse occurred in my family. That was what has inspired me to make changes in our legal system. I want other women to never have to feel alone and feel protected when it comes to situations of abuse against women in the United States. And, you know, as a father of 5 girls, that just moves me emotionally. So with that being said, it is my pleasure, honor, and privilege to present Priscilla Magallanes as the Santa Rosa City Schools Student of the Month. All right, I would now like to bring forward for our Classified Employee of the Month, Rosalia Gonzalez. LCL and High School's Classified Employee of the Month is Rosalia Gonzalez Reyes. Rosalia has been an LCL and High School Classified Employee since 2015. She started off as an attendance tech, and shortly after, she moved to health tech, and now she is our counseling secretary. And let's add an extra 4 years as a student and graduate of LCL in high school, which makes it a 12-year LOBO as of right now. So we're excited for that. As a counseling secretary, Rosalia supports our counselors with everything from setting up appointments and making sure that they have all the appropriate documents for any meetings, including 504s, IUPs, or counseling visits that our students or parents drop in for. Rosalia is on it. For students and families, she helps with Parent Square Aries. She has also supported the office by helping out with subs when needed, 9th grade orientation, and even at times dabbles in campus supervision to help us out. So we're excited. Rosalia is one of our go-to people in the office. If she doesn't have the answer to your question, she makes sure to get you the answer by asking the appropriate people. Being a bilingual staff member is so helpful in our office. Rosalia is one of the first faces that our students and families see when they come into the office. I can't tell you how important that is for our newcomer students that come in with their families. Newcomer students tend to come in a bit intimidated, not only by being in a new school, but by being in a new country. Rosalia makes our families not only feel welcome, but at ease, and make sure that they know that they are in a supportive environment that will help them and take care of them in any needs that they might have. Rosalia, like I said, is a team player, and her customer service is always on point. She's attentive, respectful, and patient. Not surprising that she does it all with a smile on her face. LCL and High School is lucky to have her, and it is my honor, pleasure, and privilege to present Santa Rosa City School Certificated Employee of the Month, Classified Employee of the Month to Rosalia Gonzalez Reyes. Okay, and now for our certificate employee of the month, Mr. Rai Basham Mintz. LC Allen High School Certificate Employee of the Month is Rai Basham Mintz. Rai started LC Allen High School as a counselor in 2019. Along with being a school counselor, Rai is now our athletic director, girls varsity soccer coach, and an assistant coach for the baseball team. Rai has also been a senior class advisor as well as the advisor for the film club and is our lead for our intervention team. Rai works countless hours for students to help them achieve in the classroom and in athletics. He spends hours helping new students get acclimated to an unfamiliar school and schedule, and at times a new country. He informs students and families of scholarships, colleges, cyber high opportunities, and for students that struggle with anxiety and depression, he is there for them so that they can share their feelings. Rai's demeanor and personality is what makes him special. He's an excellent listener. He is empathetic, he connects, and more importantly, he cares about our local community. Students and family know they can depend on him whenever they need. He has an open door policy, and our students are his #1 priority. This year, as an athletic director, Rai has made it a priority to change the culture of sports at LC Allen High School. Along with his AD duties and coaching duties, Rai makes sure to be in almost every practice and every event throughout the week. He makes sure that every coach has what they need to be successful, and every student athlete has support when needed, including getting physicals so that our student athletes can compete. It goes without saying that Rai is an integral part of Lobo Nation. His passion, heart, and commitment to our students and families comes out of him every day while he's on campus. That is why it is my honor to present Rai Basham Mintz as Santa Rosa City Schools Certificated Employee of the Month.
Thank you, Principal Almaver, and congratulations to all of our awardees this evening.
Are we?
Yes, we are. So do we
parent?
have, Laura Lopez and Jamie Padillas? They would like to come down for the school site report.
Dia is joining us on
So I'll be
Zoom.
translating for her as well.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Laura López. Soy una orgullosa madre de un estudiante de primer año de la escuela secundaria El Ciale. Estoy aquí hoy para contarles un poco sobre mi experiencia participando en el comité de ILAP. De hecho, mi hija ya ha sido reclasificada y ya no se le considera aprendiz de inglés, pero me gusta mucho asistir a las reuniones de ILAP porque siento que nos brindan información muy útil a los padres.
My name is Laura Lopez, and I'm a proud parent of a freshman at LC Allen High School. I'm here today to tell you a little about my experience participating in the ELAC committee. My daughter has already been reclassified and is now considered an English and is not considered an English learner anymore, but I like to attend the ELAC meetings because I feel that they provide us, the parents, with very useful information.
He aprendido acerca de tantos programas y recursos diferentes mientras asistía a las reuniones de ILAC. Hasta ahora hemos tenido presentaciones de nuestras dos universidades locales, Santa Rosa Junior College y Sonoma State. Hemos recibido presentaciones del Programa Regional de Educación para Adultos del Condado de Sonoma, que brinda una variedad de opciones educativas como adquirir habilidades a través de sus cursos de educación profesional a corto plazo, obtener un diploma de escuela secundaria y cursos de inglés como segundo idioma.
I have learned about so many different programs and resources while attending the ELAC meetings. So far, we've had presentations from our two local colleges, Santa Rosa Junior College and Sonoma State University. We have received presentations for the Sonoma County Regional Adult Educational Program, which provides a variety of educational options, such as gaining skills through their short-term career education courses, obtaining a high school diploma, and English as a second language courses.
También hemos recibido presentaciones especializadas sobre cómo usar Parent Square, Aries, Parents Portal, formas positivas de criar a un niño y oportunidades posteriores a la escuela secundaria. En nuestra próxima reunión de ILAT de abril tendremos una presentación sobre la prevención de pandillas. También yo pude participar en el programa de Family
Engagement,
Engagement del
Ajá.
Parents Instituto de
quality education,
Quality Education,
PK.
PK, donde recibí mi certificado.
We have also received specialized presentations on how to use Parent Square and the Aries Parent Portal, positive ways to raise a child, and post-high school opportunities. In our upcoming April ELAC meeting, we will be getting a presentation on gang prevention. Also, I was able to participate in the Family Engagement Program by Parent Institute for Quality Education, PIQUE, where I received my certificate.
Realmente disfruto asistir a las reuniones de ILAT porque se siente agradable. Las reuniones son dirigidas por el director de la escuela, señor Alvera, el director Imaira Sosa, la facilitadora de participación familiar, brindan actualizaciones sobre lo que está sucediendo en la escuela y eventos futuros. Me hacen sentir bienvenido y me gusta que mi voz como padre sea importante. Animo a las personas a asistir a reuniones como esta porque les ayuda a estar más conectados con la escuela, aprender sobre los recursos y nos da a los padres una voz para expresar lo que vemos que podríamos mejorar. Asistir a ILAT me ha brindado la confianza de poder participar en otras cosas como venir aquí para hablarles hoy.
I really enjoy attending the ELAC meetings because it feels personable. The meetings are run by Principal Albavera, the principal, and Myra Sosa, the family engagement facilitator. Both provide updates on what's happening at the school and future events. They make me feel welcome and like my voice as a parent matters. I encourage people to attend meetings such as this one because it helps you be more connected to the school, learn about resources, and gives us the parents a voice to express what we see that could be improved. Attending ELAC has provided me with the confidence to be able to participate in other things such as coming here to speak to you today.
Espero que después de escucharme tengan una mejor idea de lo que son nuestras reuniones de ILAP. Muchas gracias.
I hope that listening to me gives you a better idea of what's happening in our ELAC meetings are all about. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Laura.
Thank you.
And I gotta say, Ms. Lopez, aside from being a PK certificate graduate, she also has accomplished getting her high school equivalency as well. So she's been doing a great job.
Felicidades.
I know we have our school site council. I don't know if she's
Yes.
online.
Yes, we have Jamie on Zoom. Hi, Jamie.
Good evening, everyone. How are you? Thank you for having me here. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So again, my name is Jamie Padilla. I'm the president of the site council at LC Allen High School this year. It's been a really good year at LC Allen. We spent a majority of the year focusing on professional development and working within professional learning communities, as well as spending time bringing back old traditions and creating new traditions on our campus that they can feel. We want our students to feel empowered and be more involved with our school. This year, we had a Parent Institute for Quality Education, as you just heard. They conducted an 8-week program for our Spanish-speaking parents. The PK program helps enables parents' capacity to engage in their children's education and strengthen parent-teacher-school collaboration. We had 11 parents graduate with a certificate from the program this year, and we look forward to having more participation in the next year. Teachers have spent time participating in professional development, included blended learning strategies with Dr. Caitlin Tucker, and continue to work within the Department Professional Learning Communities on how to implement graduate student profile strategies within the classroom. Due to the availability of additional funding this year, our students have been able to participate in field trips in science, music, AVID, and ceramics. This year, we were able to also install a new sound system in our theater, as our theater had been without a sound system for over 2 years. That was just in time for our musical performance by our music students and also in time for our drama presentation of Some Sweet Day. It was a great performance, and I would love board members to come out next year and see our drama team. They're absolutely amazing. Stay tuned for our dance show coming next month. The dancers will be putting on a show. In sports, football was back as well as baseball. For the upcoming school year, we are hoping to add tennis and golf. Our students are coming out for our sports program, and we have had numerous community donations to support our sports programs. We are also so appreciative to the community for their support. We have a large ASB present on our campus, and they have worked on activities and are communicating them to students. They have created a best buddy program on campus and have held contests and events in the quad, and recently held an appreciation and thank you week. Thank you to our ASB for that. ASB and the senior class are looking at combining old and new traditions to celebrate our upcoming 2023 graduates. The Link Crew was also brought back this year to start in supporting our freshmen. We anticipate the program to be bigger and better next year. Under the leadership of the VEPA department and Daniela Hernandez, a PE teacher at Elsie, and Elsie Allen Color Guard was created. And we have a group of students participating all year, honing their color guard skills. They're so awesome. It's fun to see them. Visual and performance arts came back big time with the full theater, music, dance, art, and ceramics program. Spring Drama Showcase, Dance Showcase, and the Spring Music Concert will all be occurring in April and May. We'd love to have you. As a parent, I am so excited to see all the positive activities happening on the Elsie campus. And I'm looking forward to the upcoming changes and all the additional programs that are coming back and new ones that are being created at Elsie. Thanks for having me tonight, guys.
Thank you, Jamie. Well, once again, congratulations to everyone, and thank you for those of you who provided reports this evening. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then we will continue to our next item, which is public comment on non-agenda items.
Can we break by doing a Cesar Chavez unity
Yeah,
clap
would you
in
like to lead us?
celebration of our awesome CCLA folks
Yes.
and the upcoming holiday? Okay, so the Cesar Chavez unity clap, or el aplauso campesino, is really beautiful because it also really kind of highlights the spirit of the movement, that, you know, everybody kind of like by themselves makes a little noise, but when you do it together, you have a huge impact. So it starts kind of slow. You have to do some vivas. Que viva CCLA! Que viva! Thank you.
Oh, okay. I'll bring up five. I know it's not for next year, but I'll bring up five. They're in great shape. I don't. No, absolutely. Okay, you need them. All right. For sure. Thank you, sir. You need a good life. That's right. Absolutely. We all need a good life.
My balls and everything, I was full of kids. So, I mean, Halloween 15 years ago, now it's like, it's crazy. I didn't know how. Still got like candy left. Get over time. What? That's the. It's a state. It's very, very important. We posted that. Wow. 17. I've seen teachers that are there 15 years old. Oh, wow. Who's your reaction to it?
To resume our meeting. And we are going to resume with item E9. Okay. I'm getting some requests for the gavel. Okay, we will move on to item E9, public comment on non-agenda items. I have several blue cards in front of me and we have folks on Zoom. So we will start with a blue card. I will queue up the first 3 folks and then every other person will be in person and then on Zoom. So the first 3 folks to come up in person are going to be Nancy Paskey, Suzanne Paskey, Fouts, and Terry Frost. So we will begin with Nancy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nancy Paskey, and I am here as a grandmother taking a stand for my granddaughter Tegan and other children who attend Rincon Valley Middle School. My granddaughter was viciously attacked on Thursday, March 16th, while being escorted by a teacher in an effort to keep her safe from the threatened violence from a known group of students. Obviously, she was not safe. The girl laid in wait for Tegan and attacked from behind. She hit the teacher escorting my granddaughter and dragged my granddaughter to the ground, intentionally slamming her head on the concrete. It took 3 adults to separate the attacker. Tegan, as a result, sustained a concussion and is unable to participate in her right to public education. The girl who attacked my granddaughter has shown no remorse whatsoever for the injury she inflicted. Instead, she's quite proud, and hours after the attack was online asking people for videos of the attack. There has been no parental repercussions for her behavior. We are now in limbo waiting to find out how the attacker will be dealt with. This girl inflicted severe personal injury to my granddaughter, a concussion, a swelling to the brain. She used her hands as a weapon. She also laid in wait like a predator. She also showed a complete lack of respect for authority by hitting the teacher. Your mission statement includes, we nurture the whole student in an engaging, challenging, safe environment. Clearly not a safe environment. Your own school board policies regarding bullying and discipline state that it may include suspension or expulsion. Additionally, under UA California Education Code 48915 states a mandatory recommendation for permissive expulsions, causing serious physical injury to another person. This girl needs to be expelled. When will you put a stop to this insanity? We've already lost 1 child to violence at Montgomery High School. That should have never happened. That conflict between students was a known factor. The weak response to violence is a joke among the offenders. They know they can get away with almost anything. We need strong leadership.
Thank you. Thank you, Nancy. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is listed as a Zoom user. If you can please state your full name.
Maria Posey.
Go ahead.
Reading here, averting targeted school violence. This was put out by the U.S. Secret Service analysis of plots against schools by National Threat Assessment Center on March 20th, 2021, key findings and implications. Targeted school violence is preventable when communities identify warning signs and intervene. In every case, tragedy was averted by members of the community coming forward when they observed behaviors that elicited concern. Schools should seek to intervene with students before their behavior warrants legal consequences. The primary function of the threat assessment is not criminal investigation or conviction. Communities should strive to identify and intervene with students in distress before their behaviors escalate to criminal actions. Also put out by them. Students were often motivated to plan school attack because of grievance with classmates. Like students who perpetrate school attacks, the plotters in this study were most frequently motivated by interpersonal conflicts with classmates, highlighting a need for student interventions and de-escalation programs targeting such issues. Students are best positioned to identify and report concerning behaviors displayed by their classmates in the study. Communications made by the attack plot were most often observed by plotters' friends, classmates, and peers. Schools and communities must use tangible steps to facilitate school reporting when classmates observe threatening and concerning behaviors. We need SROs on campus. We need one on every campus. You just had a grandmother stand up whose child had a concussion. All of you are responsible for this. A teacher doesn't need to be escorting. I bet they would not have attacked if an officer was helping that child. And it shouldn't have even come to that, because I'm sure the threats were already told, which should have been handled. And a child should not be suffering right now. You are responsible for that. You guys call the cops every time you see someone that uses words that.
Next up is Suzanne Paskey-Fouts.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Paskey-Fouts, and I want to share my story. It is not a story I like to share publicly, but in light of everything going on in your schools, I feel the need to come forward. I went to Rincon back in the late 70s when it was a junior high school. I was excited when my great niece started there this year. She tells me I still hold the track record for high jump. I, however, while smart, was with my pack of friends, not the best role model. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll was the big part of our lives. When I got into a fight, my first and only, I got expelled. Hindsight, one of the best things that happened to me back then. It broke me and my pack up, and my life started to change for the better. Fast forward, as executive director of the Redwood Empire Food Bank, we received a study from the Tufts University of Childhood Hunger and how not only negatively affects the child's ability to learn, but also the classmates, as they tend to be more disruptive in class. I'm going to go out on a limb and say the same thing is true for safety. If kids are looking over their shoulders, wondering if they're going to be attacked, they aren't focused on learning. At the food bank, we teamed up with the UC Extension Office here locally and developed a child's portion of food box program for families to help combat the problem of childhood hunger. I believe that study is part of the reason we see food programs in all of the schools today. It benefits every student. In your backgrounds, I see a lot of counseling, but maybe it's time to bring law enforcement back into the equation. Teachers' hands are tied when it comes to breaking up fights. A safety officer's presence is a good deterrent and a start. Look into programs nationwide that are successful. I don't know the answers, but I'm seeing a very dangerous trend in our schools. As a board member of my Rotary Club, we were approached many years ago to help with funding for the every 15-minute anti-drunk driving program.
Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adina Flores.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. For those of you who are unaware, I'm the former executive assistant to the folks at the dais. I was forced out for asking questions on behalf of the community regarding illegal policies and misappropriation of funding. I'm beyond done with the virtue signaling conducted at the board level. None of you actually represent the racial groups you belong to if one disagrees with your political agendas. Director De La Cruz is very aware of extortion within the county of Sonoma in which Latinos are being targeted directly. This is clearly documented in an email. She's chosen to completely ignore this matter as the county equity officer. Director Sheffield previously promoted the Black Lives Matters campaign, which was utilized to launder money for the Democratic Party. On his personal Twitter page, he posted a photo of two Black celebrities wearing Trump hats. In response, he stated, "Nigga, please." So to confirm, Mr. Sheffield only supports Black men who align with his political views while degrading the rest. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I'm a follower of Christ with competency far beyond the boards. I'd love some answers regarding the money laundering taking place within the county, which you refuse to acknowledge. I am so competent, even though you labeled me as incompetent within the 600-page document you sent me, that I'm now writing for the California Globe. And lo and behold, the Silicon Valley Bank crash, the information that was just shared is what I brought forward in April 2022. The money laundering needs to end. You guys should finally be honest because there is a pending RICO charge. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Terry Frost.
Hello? All right. My name is Terry Frost. I am the mother of, the girl that was attacked on March 16th at school while being protected by a teacher. It's hard because we tried our best. We did everything we could. We went to the school. The school tried their best. They had her staggering classes. They had her protected by a student advisor, but this girl just wanted to do her thing and attacked her from behind, drug her down. She had a concussion, broken her fingernail, but more is like the emotional part. For her, she's afraid now to go to school, and I'm having to keep her home because she was attacked. I find that the transparency in the school isn't there. Us parents are not being made aware of when fights are happening. Even though there was a police presence, there was an arrest made that day. Nobody let the community know. Nobody let the other parents know. We have Parent Square portal to share this information. We are sharing what's going on at other schools, what's going on with shootings in other states, yet we're not sharing what's going on in our own schools with the community that is there to help us, to support us, to talk to our child. Our children are under the radars in a way, like their parents don't know what's going on at school. They don't know there's fighting. I'm sorry. I'm just hoping that we can get together as a community, come together, let the parents know so that we know that action needs to be taken. For me, I kind of knew what was going on with fighting because of what my daughter told me, but not what the school was telling me. So I didn't know that my help was needed to help support the school.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
you.
Your time is
Thank you, Terry. Melanie, before the next Zoom speaker, the next in-person folks are going to be Peter Alexander, Serena Debaca, and Paul Bardoni.
Thank you. Our next speaker on Zoom is Shelby Pryor.
Good evening, board. Good evening, everyone listening and in attendance. I'd ask that you guys go ahead and look left and look right. I'd ask you to look at your loved ones and understand that people on this board have gone ahead and made decisions for your children, and these people that you love and care about, possibly you may not see one day based off of those decisions. Imagine that in a world that is a reality for a lot of families currently with all the school shootings. You just had Montgomery High School have a young man get stabbed and killed. I hear in the audience, these individuals are being attacked. Ms. Dela Cruz says she doesn't feel safe in white spaces, so she must not care about white kids either. Mr. Sheffield, man, your Twitter tells me a lot about you. It shows me what kind of person you are. And the scary part is, it's right in the general public where they can see that your bias is there. I'm a Black nationalist and I'm somebody who supports my causes and my agendas, but it doesn't mean I get to run other people over. I think that you have really failed this community and the people for protecting their children. Sure, the police might be a little bit of an aggressive look, but the reality is these kids have an aggressive time that they live in. You have Call of Duty teaching these children about gun safety. There is no reset. You got these masks on your stupid faces, but you're not advocating for protecting our kids from stupid things like Call of Duty and video game violence that advocates this and teaches them a narrow scope of how to use weapons. Think about your decisions.
The next person is Peter Alexander.
Good evening. As you do unto the least of me, you do unto me, and therefore yourselves, was always about the animals. And St. Patty's Day, just like upcoming Easter, are nothing much more than marketing ploys by the animal herder and murder elites that placed Jesus on the cross for cleansing the temple in an act of animal liberation. Honoring ourselves and our children by honoring Luther Burbank and our veterans with victory gardens, 10,000 football field-sized gardens, with another 10,000 same-sized greenhouses, which grows easily every vegetable, fruit, greens, and herbs from around the world. These students today are the ones that Jesus spoke of as the generation that will do greater things than I. The Hopi prophecy of purification calls them the warriors of the rainbow spirit. I am Cactus Pete, and the promised land is beneath our feet. Our Lady of America, Yeshua, Yahweh, all archangels, all angels of light, the authority be mine to say as I do, as the authority be yours to make this now true. My authority comes from on high, and that highness awaits in the hearts of my greatest warriors, with lightning and thunder from within, beyond, and down under. All your strength and love for my soldiers be now and be here. I am Peter, I am servant, I am seer, having begun through the wind, through my voice, full unbridled service unto Almighty being my choice. The world to see fulfilling prophecy attributed to Jesus, given to and by Peter. I am asking, I am tasking, I am commanding, I am praying. 40 days, 40 nights to freeze frame the economy, this entire West Coast, till all corruptions be but burnt toast. Freeze framing the world, freeing all animals, all children, the earth, our US Constitution, our law enforcement, and our brother Leonard Peltier. I say it, you hear it, it is so, it is done. Amen, amen, aho.
Thank you. Our next online speaker is Sarah Jenkins.
All right, can you guys hear me? Looks like,
Yes.
yeah. Okay. Good evening, Sarah Jenkins, mother of 2 Slater students previously in the Rincon Valley School District for elementary. Kids are going to Monty next year. My background is in mental health and education. I'd like to point out that it would be beneficial to provide outreach to the smaller districts that feed into Santa Rosa City Schools for middle and high school, as a lot of the current concerns impact them directly. This may be in the works. My kids transitioned into Santa Rosa City during COVID though. As I do not have other children, I'm not familiar with the SRO program or the A to G, which is a whole other can of worms. I am fully in support of police on campus and embedded in the school setting starting in kindergarten. I grew up in Rohnert Park and personally knew Larry Jones, Officer Friendly, a Black police officer who all students knew throughout their education. My firsthand experience from a young age with law enforcement shaped my views of police today as a parent. That man was involved in the lives of countless families and built relationships with all of them, regardless of their ethnicity, the color of their skin, or whether or not they were getting into trouble. To have a middle school named after him was no mistake. I understand that today's climate is different, and throwing police officers onto a high school campus when these kids do not have the same scaffolding presents its own challenges, but we must start somewhere. I'm in full support of any program that Chief Cregan backs after hearing him address the students following the tragedy in Montgomery with the compassion, empathy, and tact. In addition, I attended a teacher training from the Kennedy Center hosted by the Luther Burbank Center a few years back, which was the best safety classroom management training I have ever attended.
Sarah, thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. Next is Serena DeBaca, followed by Paul Bardoni, followed by Vanessa Ruiz.
Hi, my name is Serena. Can you hear me? Serena DeBaca. I have 3 children, two who have graduated from Maria Carrillo, and I have a freshman. I grew up in Roanoke Park and was a troubled teenager who attended Roanoke Park Junior High and Rancho Cotati, Roanoke Park, yeah, and Rancho Cotati High, sorry. We had an officer, Larry Jones. Here's his picture to put the picture with the face, also known as Officer Friendly. I encourage you to look him up to see how he made a difference for all of us who needed to feel safe, a friendly face, and someone who cared for us as he patrolled the hallways, classrooms, and schoolyard. When I got older, he came to me and asked if I would join him in speaking to other youths in the classroom. Unfortunately, he is no longer with us, but will never be forgotten because they named a middle school after him. Not all police are bad and not all students are bad. We need, with proper training, to start bridging the gap and not dividing our kids. Crime, weapons, truancy, fighting will be less because they are not because they're scared, but because the relationship that has formed. You have stated that already you have started that already with the lowrider patrol car. So let's expand that and really clean up our schools. In 2020, when you unanimously voted to pull SRO out of our schools, you sat here in solidarity and said their names. I'm asking you to sit here in solidarity now and say his name, Jaded Panetta. I believe with adding the SROs, we can prevent tragedies like this in the future. Thank you for your time and God bless our children.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Margaret Boone.
Good evening. A couple weeks ago, actually, right after the listening session, I wrote to the administration at my school and Superintendent Trunell saying, a student who works in our classes has said they were going to be jumped by other students at our school. They said their mother had reached out to administration and the mom reported that administration had said until the student was jumped, there was nothing that could be done. The student said her mom then reached out to the district office and the mom reported they said if the school could do nothing, there was nothing they, the district office, could do. My fellow teachers and I were incensed. So I sent the admin an email. The next day, one of our admin came and met with myself and the other two teachers in my department. We devised a plan to speak to our student. Admin spoke with our student. Monday this week, our student was jumped by the very people they said they were scared. We're going to jump them. The message of this is if you are scared and seek out help, no one will help you. If your parent seeks out help, no one will help you. If your teachers seek out help, no one will help you. You have to protect yourself. If we're wondering why so many kids are coming to school with knives, this is why. A student died not even a month ago at the same campus, and yet this is the message we're sending to our students. You're on your own, kids. Best of luck. The kids asked you that night for protection and told you they do not trust you. I said, I hope you're really listening, and I was told you were, but this child was not heard and now has no one to trust. Our school is doing what they can, and there have been small changes like an extra admin and an extra janitor, but we need big changes and right away. 3 weeks ago. I know things cannot be fixed overnight after years of neglect, but if this is happening, we aren't doing enough. As a teacher, I want to protect my students, and I tried to do just that. As teachers collectively, we feel desperation to address this. I asked in my email that night if we had learned anything from the tragedy that had just happened. And in light of this incident, I have to think we have not learned enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Paul Bardoni, followed by Vanessa Ruiz, followed by Laureen Hunt.
Good evening, panel. My name is David Bardoni. I'm a retired San Francisco police officer slash high school resource officer. I was here a couple months ago, and I'd handed out some pamphlets and things to you regarding school shootings and just basically what the SRO program is all about. When I first started at Balboa High School in February of 2001, the school, it was a mess. And over a period, I was there 5.5 years. And I'm sure you've all heard the saying that it takes a village, to raise a child. Well, it takes a community. I couldn't have finished anything at that school if it hadn't been for the principal, vice principal, deans, security, students, parents, of which we all pulled together to bring that school on par, with some of the others. As far as not getting along with the students, if you get somebody in there, an officer who's really dedicated to what they're doing, the colors and all that stuff pretty much go out the window. Balboa was a minority school. There were barely any white kids there. And what I'm basically saying is, when you find kids who really trust the whole group, not just one, they may be more comfortable sometimes going to one person other than the other. I had students coming to me with problems that they didn't feel comfortable with going to the administration. Of course, if there were problems that had to be reported, that was different. But I felt like I was a pretty good medium. It was by far the most satisfying and productive 5.5 years out of the 26 years I worked out there. And I understand you have an officer right now at Montgomery. I hope you get more there and reinstate the whole program.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tracy Maniscalco.
My name is Tracy Maniscalco and I teach at Montgomery High School. And just to piggyback on what Margaret just said, I also teach the student who was jumped on Monday. And today in tears, she came to me talking about how upset she was that she felt like she was unheard. We need to do something for our students. And alternative education is something that we need to look at more in our district. Continuation school is supposed to be an alternative to comprehensive high school for students at risk of not graduating in a traditional setting. Right now in our district, that's Ridgeway High School. Early in my career, there'd be 11th graders on my freshman science roster who I would never see, but would all of a sudden start showing up because they needed to have a good attendance record to go to Ridgeway where they could recover credits. Now kids are being denied entrance into Ridgeway because they have too few credits. They can't enter until they turn 16, but if they don't have enough credits at the age of 16, then they're denied entry. When students are denied entry into an alternative setting, they have no hope. One of the students involved in the March 1st incident had only 15 credits and was an upperclassman. When kids are invested in their education, they're discouraged and they're more likely to get into trouble because they're not invested in going into class, because if you have 15 credits, you've essentially passed 1.5 classes in 2 years, where you should have passed 12 at that point or more. We need to have access to alternative education so that kids have a chance at graduation. If you have 15 credits as a junior and have not had success in the regular setting, there needs to be an alternative. The gatekeeping at Ridgeway High School needs to stop. You need to start helping these kids. Either start holding them back earlier so that they can actually have the skills to pass these classes, or give them access to alternative education.
Thank you. Next is Vanessa Reese, followed by Laureen Hunt, followed by Eric Faith.
Good evening. I speak tonight wearing 2 hats, one of a proud SRTA science teacher and department chair at RBMS, and another as a parent of 5th and 7th grade children in SRCS schools. I speak for many of my union sisters and brothers and fellow parents with these requests. Thank you, and please continue to send district office staff and SCO staff to our sites for extra supervision. Students and staff are so grateful to have the extra eyes on campus, and we notice a difference. They're already gone this week. Please, please continue to send help. Raise all classified wages. Provide safety, social, emotional, and de-escalation training to our student advisors and our campus supervisors. Please allow the SRO committee to continue their work as they requested 28 of 32 members in your committee in 2020, so they can re-envision a service that can create a community-based, restorative-minded program that helps all students see and value their roles and responsibilities in our society. Have SRCS safety plans reviewed for best practices. There's a lot of wonderful, great work happening in SEL in our district, but we need to implement a district-wide consistent program for K through 12 that includes parent resources. this is a dream idea, but create a robust volunteer mentor and after-school program for students who are at risk and academically below benchmark. Make this mandatory for secondary students who are failing classes. Provide them with free snacks and match them with community volunteer mentors. Facilitate a campaign to organize teacher, student, and parent energies into collaboratively advocating at the state level to fix our broken education funding system. This week alone, I have teachers in our hallway with leaky gas smells with no timeline for repair. Advance the idea of district consolidation so that costs saved from reducing redundancies across our county can be utilized to repair aging facilities and hire campus supervisors. Everybody here wants safe, caring, and clean community centers.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Our next online speaker is Summer Bracciolini.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Hi. I don't have anything planned tonight. However, I just want to point out that since our sit down where everyone was, heard and we were having a listening session and the meeting the day after, I've seen very little implemented in the schools. I'm the mother of 2 boys at Maria Carrillo. My youngest one, who's a freshman, will not use the bathroom still. He says nothing has changed. My older one said he saw one other adult on campus standing at the office, kind of just being present. And I'm just really frustrated. I hear crying mothers, teachers that are upset and choked up, and retired police officers coming in and talking to you guys about all these options, yet nothing has been put in place for a basic need of safety. And I want to point out, the disdain of the board members against police is very apparent. It's apparent in social media. It's apparent in the way that you've made decisions. And I want to point out, many of those kids have parents that are the very officers that you call to come and help when there's a problem. My husband's a police officer. He's one of the men that come running when there's a problem, but yet they're so hated and so obviously not wanted. And as a parent of someone who's also married to a police officer, I'm very frustrated. My kids go to the schools you're making decisions for, but yet you're not allowing the comfort that we want and that we're asking for. You're not even acknowledging it. So I ask you to please don't just put a Band-Aid on this anymore. Actually deal with things and let us see something in the works. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Laureen Hunt.
And thank you for letting us speak. And I commend all those people that talked about a current thing that just happened. Because, when something happens with your child or grandchild, it's hard to come before you. So my incident, when they asked me what I was going to speak on, I said LGBTQ, but I really, as I'm sitting here, I'm thinking more it's the transparency of a parent to know what's going on with their student at school. I come as a mom and a grandma, and this particular story is my granddaughter. And I'm really one that wants to fight for our kids to go to school without the added stress of choosing their gender through peer pressure. Through peer pressure, this happened. The teens are filled with self-discovery at that time in their life, and I think parents should have the choice of how they influence their kids, and also to know when their student changes their gender and name at school. I'm astounded at the fact that a 13-year-old can do this without the support of her parents to walk her through it. I mean, I can see if she has parents that are, oblivious, but this is someone who has a great family. Now that the sex gender agenda has been several years in our schools, I, for one, I want to say that I don't understand how much emphasis put on it. So what happened in our situation in December is my daughter had checked my granddaughter's phone and realized that she had attempted suicide twice after changing her gender, going through this at school for 4 months. And she was in conference and through text with an LGBTQ student who was coaching her on how to do this. And then to find out that this student also had attempted suicide. So the story goes on, and I just have 20 seconds left. But I think it's transparency that we need. There needs to be a relook at kids being able to do this and walk this alone and not have their parents to talk to. None of us knew that it was going on. We just noticed that she was more quiet and, you know, insecure. But anyway, that's my story. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Lynette Casey.
Good evening, board. Thanks for taking my call. I sent you a letter this week, but I wanted to read it out loud in case it was missed. I've worked in Santa Rosa City Schools for many years, long enough to remember when some of you were attending school. For many reasons, things have changed at our schools. Tensions are much higher, crime is much higher, social anxiety is much higher. Students are struggling more than ever before. School campuses are not what you might remember in your own high school personal experiences. You promised additional mental health support when you voted to discontinue the SRO program. We continually hear this board give voice to one or the other, mental health versus SROs. Many people have pointed out that these 2 points are not the same. Our first call when a crime is committed is law enforcement. Our first call when a mental health concern is at hand is a therapist. Obviously not the same, however, they often work together. I wanted to bring attention to our neighboring schools to the north, Windsor, Hillsburg, and Cloverdale. They have found ways and have programs supporting their students by working with mental health workers and law enforcement together by using the Juvenile Diversion Program. This program partners law enforcement with counselors. It offers first-time offending youth aged 10 to 17 the opportunity to avoid juvenile court system and have their citations cleared from their record, as long as they engage in therapeutic services, including 10 therapy sessions, an activity that involves restorative aspects as well as 10 hours of community service. This program would support our students and our families and our communities as a whole in an active and meaningful ways. It gives students the obvious chance to get to know law enforcement in non-punitive ways. At the same time, they're given the opportunity to discuss their personal issues with a trained therapist. It would allow and offer our students a chance to turn things around and in a sense to start over. This type of support system in place.
Thank you, Lynette.
Thank you. Next is Eric Faith.
Hello. Hi. I'd just like to mention Jaden Pienta and acknowledge that tragedy. I think that we should probably have a Jaden point on the agenda every meeting until we start to see some change in the tide here. We have a crisis, right? We've just heard a whole bunch of folks relaying their experience with violence in the schools, and we have a crisis. We need to address it. It needs to happen. And I'm hearing the other parents, and I feel the same way, that we don't feel like that's happening, and it's not happening fast enough, and we're not hearing about it. So I know that there's a lot of things, school safety. I know we can all agree that we want our children to be safe. We don't want them to go to school and not come home. So let's unite around that, right? And it's a complex issue. It involves the site, the facility, student behavior, expectations, and discipline, and of course the parents and the teachers and everybody involved together. But I think that the suspension of the SRO program was a reaction to events that happened out of state. I feel like they were blamed for something that they didn't do, and our reaction to that was inconsistent with our values as a community. We should be leaning into them during a crisis, and we should be teaching our children respect for them and that they're a resource, not a threat. We do that with firefighters and other first responders. Well, police are also part of that group, and they're also part of the group of our community. So we shouldn't ostracize them. We should build partnerships with them. They reach out to us. We should be reaching back and making a partnership and using them as the resource that they are to help strengthen our community.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Karen Wagner. Karen, if you're there, please unmute Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Hi, okay. So I'm Karen Wagner and I've been on the campuses for, well, going on 20 years now. So I want to paint a picture that maybe some of you guys don't really realize, but with our SROs on campus, they were well liked, not feared, maybe by some. Maybe their actions were causing them to have fear. I'm not really sure. But the picture I want to paint is that working on the high school campuses and also at the middle schools, the officers were well liked. The kids hung out with them. They had relationships with them. When we had rallies and Officer Matt was coming in to do some kind of demonstration or a dance or something, he was cheered, so that was amazing in schools, and the kids felt really safe. And after we came back in 2022, I came back to a high school that was unrecognizable, and I'm saying in climate and in community. I had to ask for escort myself many times just to get from my classes to another class with my special ed kids. Didn't feel safe. And I would ask for a campus supervisor to walk me. So, because there were kids that would heckle us. It's not okay. It's not okay for us to have to live in fear. So the officers are definitely well liked. I know a lot of you, come from like elementary, skip middle, come into high school. You don't understand. You just don't understand what it's like to have
Thank you. Thank
an
you, Karen.
officer.
Time is up.
Thank you. Melanie, I have no more blue cards. Oh. Okay. Next in person, we have Jody Curry.
I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I had just flown to South Dakota to visit my oldest daughter who graduated from Montgomery High School in 2010. It was a school she chose after moving here from San Francisco. We've been a Montgomery proud family for years and years and years. We lived in San Francisco because my husband is a San Francisco police officer. He too has worked with the schools in San Francisco. He doesn't work with the schools in Santa Rosa. This is not his territory, but people often ask me, are you afraid for your husband on the job? I've never been afraid of my husband being at his job. I know he's been trained, but I am so afraid for my daughter to be at school. She is not trained to be a student in Sonoma County right now. She doesn't speak to me often, as most teenagers don't. It's hard for them to communicate. But when she does, it's through a text. And these are the texts that I received from her today. Are we next? Did I tell my mom I loved her this morning? Where's my closest exit? Where's the quickest escape route? Is that door really bulletproof? Is this school actually locked? What was that sound? How fast can the cops get here if something was to happen? Is it safe to go to the bathroom real quick? Which the answer is no. She doesn't drink any fluid throughout the day to make it through the day to get home safe. What will people make for the next excuse, for the next death? These are the thoughts that go through a 16-year-old child sitting in a classroom where she should be safe. Will I send my husband out in a bulletproof vest every day? I shouldn't have to send my daughter to school in a bulletproof vest. I hope you hear me. We need to make changes and they need to happen soon.
Thank you. Do we have any more online public comments?
There are no other hands raised online right now for public comment.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you to all who spoke with your issues and concerns. And this board is listening. Thank you for sharing your experiences, your frustrations, your anxieties. Thank you. We will, at this moment, move to item C10. This is election of the clerk of the board. Yes, Director Medina has his hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to nominate, I'd like to nominate Ever as clerk.
Okay, we have a nomination on the floor. Do you accept this nomination, Director Flores?
I accept. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Director De La Cruz. Can we have a roll call vote, please? Oh, are there any, well, do we have to vote on this one first? No. Okay, are there any other nominations for clerk? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Director Bowie. Aye. Director Medina.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. Director Flores.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you, Director Flores, for stepping in. The next item is item D1, California School Employee Association, Santa Rosa 75 report. Is CSEA President Lehman here today with us?
There is no report tonight from President Lehman.
Thank you. Item D2 is Santa Rosa Teachers Association report. I will hand it over to President Howell.
I might be the only one in the room that knows the podium goes down, so you can actually see everything. Good evening, I'm Catherine Howell, President of the Santa Rosa Teachers Association. I represent about 850 teachers in Santa Rosa City Schools. Good evening, President Manieri, Superintendent Trunell, members of the board. I want to start by saying congratulations to everyone that was honored earlier this evening. It's great to see kids thriving and moving out into the world with great educations and great experiences in their high schools. I also want to say thank you to everyone that just finished speaking, because what we're able to see from that is not everyone has great experiences in their high schools or their schools. And we need to make sure that this safety conversation continues to be at the forefront of all of the thoughts of this board and this administration, because we know that it wasn't an isolated incident at Montgomery High School. These kinds of incidences have affected all of our schools. And if you start asking around the city, you start asking around the county, you start asking around the state, this is everywhere, right? We need to do something about it here. We can't control everything, but we can start moving forward and making sure that we have action in Santa Rosa City Schools. SRTA has collected dozens and dozens of incidences from teachers with the simple question, tell us about a time when you did not feel safe at school. And fights, dozens of fights, assaults on teachers. Multiple teachers this year have been assaulted while at work. Some to the extent that it has ended their careers. They've chosen to resign or retire early rather than to continue to teach. Some of these assaults have resulted in major injury to teachers, both physical and mental. There's a teacher at one of our high schools that was assaulted by a student and members of the student's family. That this person is still struggling to recover from that assault. There are assaults on students. We heard that tragic story just today of an assault at Rankin Valley Middle School. It's not the first one. Unless we change things massively, it won't be the last one. And again, we know that there are weapons on every campus all the time. Over and over again, we have stories of low-level reactions from our administrators. The teachers go to the administrators, they ask for help. They ask for what are we going to do next? And it's swept under the rug is a phrase I hear over and over again from the teachers. It's ignored. The student at one of our elementary schools who has regularly assaulted teachers, assaults the behaviorist assigned to him, destroys things. The teacher has to evacuate the classroom to keep the other students safe from this individual. And again and again and again, the reaction is, some Pringles is what I've been told the student really likes. And so they get potato chips and they get sent back to class. We need to stop ignoring this behaviors. We need to stop saying that suspension is, we're not going to do that this time, right? We need real consequences for our students, and we need to be able to make sure that our sites are safe. We need more campus supervisors. And as one of our speakers earlier tonight, Tracy Maniscalco said, we need more intervention. We need alternative placement for the students that are not succeeding at the regular high schools. We need it for them, obviously, but we need it because they're disrupting the educational process of every other student in their school. We need more mental health facilities at each of our sites. And we need to increase the pay for the classified workers that do the brunt of this work. There's a story, I believe it was Margaret Boone, said that one of her students, I think it was maybe her TA, recently got a job at Chuck E. Cheese. That student currently makes more money per hour than many of our classified staff people that work for Santa Rosa City Schools. And I know that we hear we can't, we won't, we don't know how, where there's no way we can do that. There isn't the funding. But this district has more funding this year than it's ever had before in the history of school funding. We've had more money coming into this district in the past 3 years than has ever flowed into this district before. Even looking at budget cuts, the budget for this district will still be higher than it was in 2019. So we need to start looking at our priorities. Do we need to spend $1 million on consultants, which is, I don't think they're all consultants, but it's about $1 million in today's budget or today's board pocket. You're going to be looking at approving about $1 million worth of expenditures. Could we, do what LA Unified just did and give our classified members a 30% raise? That might make a difference to actually getting people willing to come and work on our school sites. So I'm asking you to look at all that and think about safety. When you think about the budget, put things aside. Stop trying to be innovative right now and just think about safety, because that's what we need. We need our students to be safe when they come to school. We need them to be able to use the bathroom during the school day. And we need them to come into our classrooms, and feel safe while they're in there so that they can focus, so they can listen, so they can learn, and so that our teachers feel safe that they're doing while they're doing that. And that's what we need. We don't need new programs. We don't need bells and whistles. We don't need special curriculum, because teachers have that. We have a lot of that. We've got it in our back pockets. We know how to get it, but we need safety first. And the rest of it will follow, because we are trained professionals that know what we're doing and know how to take care of students, but we can't take care of them if we don't have the help we need from our administrators and we don't have the help we need from our district. Thank you.
Thank you, President Howell. Next is our superintendent report.
Board President Manieri, members of the board, those who are with us in person and online. Today marks day 138 for elementary and day 137 for secondary. After hearing from so many people over these past weeks and working with the board to be responsive to needs, I want to share our work focusing on safety and ensuring that our schools are welcoming, learning and working environments for all students and staff will continue to be a priority. Public education in general and the schools throughout our district are dedicated to help students learn. They are fundamentally academically focused, and yet we know that students of all ages learn best when they feel a sense of belonging and purpose. The gift of being trusted to educate someone's child, to care for them during the day, to see and nurture their possibilities is a profound responsibility. It is not taken lightly by the members of our SRCS team. From those who greet students in the front office to those who serve them meals, from our teachers and support staff to counselors and custodial workers, everyone on our team knows that creating schools that welcome and listen to each child so that they know they belong and feel safe is our paramount priority. That said, we have begun the Safety Advisory Roundtable process. We received 84 applications for the SART or SART group over the last week. 40 parents, 11 community members, 7 teachers, 4 classified staff, 5 site administrators, 5 district administrators, and 12 students. We have started interviews this week and will conclude by this Friday. I look forward to giving regular updates on the work of the SART group through these board meetings, and those meetings will begin next week. The SART meetings will begin next week. So this work is ongoing. We are going to try and make some immediate things happen and also look at our long-term planning. Thank you so much, President Manieri.
Thank you, Superintendent Turnell. Next on our agenda is the board president report. And I would like to use my time to share a few things. I want to continue communicating to our community that we are listening, that this board is listening. I want to thank Priscilla, who was one of our students that we celebrated earlier from Elsie Allen High School, and the ASB at Elsie Allen High School for inviting myself, Superintendent Turnell, members of her staff, Director Flores, and Vice President Medina to the listening session they organized a couple weeks ago. It was a really beautiful thing to be a part of, and I sincerely extend my gratitude to the students who organized that and the teachers, the educators who helped them put that on. I really hope that we can continue to have these opportunities to connect with one another and talk about what we are facing in our schools and in our communities. We hear your frustrations, ideas, anxieties. I share a lot of them. And I also hear a lot about needing more and harsher consequences for our children. And I find myself asking, are we treating a root cause or a symptom of something much larger? More of a reflection question. Thank you, Superintendent Turnell, for sharing a little bit more about the SART and the work that is going to be done. And I just want to add that we are moving forward with intention and deliberation. And this takes time. We all want the same thing, for our students and our staff to feel safe in our schools and to trust that they are safe in our schools. And so I'm really grateful for the students, the parents, our community members, our educators who continue to show up, those of you who shared earlier who are still here with us, who spoke to us and gave public comment. I'm really grateful that everyone continues to engage with us and with this system to advocate for progress, because we do have a crisis on our hands, and it's a community crisis, and it's going to take our community to really move forward and solve some of these really large issues that we're facing, not only in Santa Rosa, but we're seeing the effects all over this country. So thank you for all of your involvement. Next, I will hand it over to any of our board members who would like to give a report this evening. Student Board Member Bowie.
So today I got to attend Maria Carrillo High School and just help with the recruitment process for the next upcoming student board member. So that was really exciting. And I got to work with the principal And I'm hoping that speaking about it right now, it'll hopefully influence more juniors and just other students to reach out and also see if they have an interest in this position. I feel like it's not as spoken about and it should be received more acknowledgement. And I also want to congratulate all of our staff, students, and classified employees. It was really exciting to see my former principal out there as well. And then I also wanted to announce that I'll be attending UCLA during the fall.
Congratulations, Julie. That's so exciting. It's hard to top that, but does anyone else have a report they'd like to share this evening? Director Medina.
Thank you, and congratulations, Julie. I think I just want to report out on a few things that I've been doing. I've been going to a lot of things at our schools just to kind of get an idea of everything that's going on. First, I attended LC Allen presentation at CCLA around the dual immersion program that will be starting at LC Allen. I'm really excited about that. I attended coffee with the principal at CCLA. It's an opportunity for parents to interact with the principal, hear about what's going on. At that session, there was LC Allen students presenting, talking about LC Allen, including Priscilla, who's here being awarded today. As Anastasia mentioned, I was at the bingo night along with Director Flores. That was fun, and I think I ate one too many pupusas. I did visit Montgomery High School the first day after it opened. There, I had an interaction with Mayor Natalie Rogers, and we talked about need for all of us to come together and try to deal with all the issues that our students are facing. And I'm glad that she has set a time for herself and I, along with City Council Member Eddie Alvarez, to meet and have a discussion and a conversation on how we could come together as a community to work on some of the issues our community is facing. I did also visit Montgomery High School on the first day that Principal Fong started her administration there again. I'm appreciative of that, an opportunity to interact with students and other staff there. I did visit LC Allen High School on Pi Day, and was fortunate enough to see a lot of students engaging in that awesome little tradition. Principal Alvera got quite a few pies put on them, and that was a fundraiser for their prom. A little bit after we did participate in that town hall, that was awesome. Put on by the ASB students, along with the help of their ASB advisor, Joshua Lewis. Later that week, after an invitation from one of our teachers, Juan Trejo from Santa Rosa High School, I did take the whole day to spend a day at Santa Rosa High School. I was kind of a student, had 6 classes, it was a long day. But I want to thank Juan Trejo, teacher Will Lyon, Ms. Brawley, Ms. Geis, Ms. Zavala, Ms. Anderson for allowing me the opportunity to spend a period in the classes and observe. I want to take a special moment to really thank Ms. Zavala for having a lot of her students spend the first few minutes of their class to simply write to me and tell me what their concerns, what they're worried about on their school campus, whether it be about safety or anything. I heard many things from, how they feel about suspensions, how they feel about safety, to whether they like their school lunches, the bathrooms. I've heard many things, and so I was very appreciative of that student input. And that was actually a common theme. Montgomery High School, Santa Rosa High School, and now I hear CCLA. Students are concerned about the food, which I think is also something important in addition to safety. I did have the opportunity to spend time at Maria Carrillo High School with some of their journalism students. They chose to interview me for a brand new podcast, which they're calling The Pod, as in PAWD. So I'm looking forward to hearing that. And I think we also did a facilities tour. I went along with Director Flores to Montgomery High School, Santa Rosa Middle School, and Abraham Lincoln Elementary to tour some of the facilities as we look at how we're going to have to prioritize and spend money as we move forward with some of the bond measure funding. But I think one of the things that I definitely hear and that I think is really important is that we need more adults on campus. I hear that everywhere from a lot of our students. And I hope that we're able to act on that soon. And I think the most immediate thing that I would like to see, and hopefully we can do, is at least start looking to increasing the number of restorative justice specialists on our campuses. From all my interactions with them at the various campuses and from what I've heard from students, they're really impactful, but there's not enough of them to do the job that's needed. And I think they have a very positive impact and role. They provide a safe space for many of our students. And I think that's just one small place where we could start and try to do that now. So I would ask that. And if we could also really, like, for us as a board, as soon as possible, maybe really get an idea as to, like, where can we move on a financial basis to find money to do something, to do anything, because I know that that's one of our biggest limiting factors. So that's all I'd like to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Medina. Are there any other board members who would like to give a report this evening? Thank you. Well, before moving on, Director Medina shared that he and Director Flores were on the facilities tour. I believe all of us went on a tour with the superintendent and her staff, and we're going to be having a larger conversation this evening about that. But just wanted to also extend my thanks to Superintendent Turnell for organizing that and making sure that we had the opportunity to see a few of our sites in greater detail. So with that, we will move on to the next item, which is the CSBA report. Is there a report this evening?
No CSBA report.
Okay, thank you. So that brings us to our first E item. This is resolution designating April as School Library Month. The board will consider approval of resolution number 2022-2361, declaring April as School Library Month in Santa Rosa City Schools, and presenting this action item are Associate Superintendent of Educational Services, Dr. Castro, Executive Director of Educational Services, Kelly Dillon, and District Library Media Specialist, Steve Irving.
Thank you and good evening, President Manieri, Superintendent Turnell, members of the board and the community of Santa Rosa City Schools. I'm making tonight's presentation for the consideration of this resolution are Kelly Dillon, Executive Director, Educational Services, and Steve Irving, District Library Media Specialist.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good evening, President Manieri, Superintendent Turnell, members of the board and community. Our school libraries are an important part of our communities, and I have no doubt many of us have happy memories of checking out a favorite book or listening to a story read aloud. Tonight, we are grateful for the opportunity to recognize the important impact our libraries have through this resolution. Thank you to Steve Irving, our District Library Media Specialist, who is here with us tonight to share a few words.
Good evening, board. Thank you for having me here tonight. National School Library Month is held every April by the American Association of School Libraries. This annual celebration highlights the valuable role of school libraries, librarians, library technicians, and instructional material technicians play in transforming lives and strengthening communities through education, technology, information access, and having a safe place to go. In Santa Rosa City Schools, we are proud that our school libraries are a valuable resource for teachers and students to encourage growth and the development of literacy while fostering a deep appreciation for the ideas and beliefs of a variety of social, political, historical, and ethnic groups and their contributions to American and world culture. Our libraries are also fun places for students to go to explore their curiosity and ideas. These opportunities are made possible because of fantastic and dedicated individuals who manage our school libraries. We are continuing to work on our strategic plan for all school libraries to not only improve the collections in our libraries, but also improve the physical space in the libraries and our online presence. We are excited about this collaborative effort and look forward to bringing a final plan to the board in the near future. Finally, I want to thank you, the board, for your consideration for this resolution for National School Library Month and your support of the school libraries. library technicians, and instructional material technicians in Santa Rosa City Schools. Thank you.
Let me turn it over to the board.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Steve. Are there any board member questions on this item?
Oh, I do have a question,
Yeah.
yeah. You know, I know we've constantly asked the board what we can do. We've asked ourselves and we've asked staff what we can do to put, you know, some kind of weight behind these resolutions so they're not just, you know, us making a, you know, it might be a impactful statement, but action that we can take. And I'm wondering, I was kind of researching it about, you know, looking at, you know, when we think about our school libraries and we think about lack of resources and what we can do to strengthen them and having maybe a greater presence on our campuses. And I've seen other districts where they have partnered with county libraries. I'm wondering if have we ever had that conversation? Have we engaged in there? And the reason why I bring it up is because I'm going to bring it up at other items and I'll continue to bring it up, is just leveraging resources. Leveraging grant money. If we're looking for having even full-time librarians on our campus, increasing that number, there's a cost associated with that. But it's possible that you know, using a collaboration with a county library, that maybe we can apply for funding that might actually fill a position.
I'm not sure about funding, but we do have collaborative efforts with Sonoma County Library. We were the first school district in Sonoma County to partner with them with the Student One card. So every one of our students has a public library card right now.
No, my kids too. I love that.
Yeah.
and
we
we're
also-
big users of our county libraries. I think I'm more looking into, you know, a next step, something that we can actually do concrete on our school sites. We have great spaces. Even in our tour, we visited a couple of the libraries, saw some great spaces, but underutilized because we don't have staffing.
Yep.
You know, so that's kind of what I'm looking at.
I appreciate the question. It's definitely something we can look into. I'm not aware of funding that's that we could partner with the county library, but I will certainly reach out and ask them. I know a lot of the grant funding that's out and available for libraries is individual per school sites. It's not district-wide grants oftentimes. So, but it's definitely something we can look further into.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great question. Are there any other questions from the board? Okay, well, we will move on to public comment, and I have 3 blue cards. So I will take the blue cards first, and then we'll move on to our remote attendees. And so first we have Catherine Howell, followed by Anastasio Tovar, and then followed by Chris Ackerman.
Good evening, Catherine Howell. I'm not speaking as the president of SRTA, I'm speaking as a librarian right now. And for those of you that don't know, I was hired in Santa Rosa City Schools in the year 2000 as a full-time library teacher, credentialed teacher at Rincon Valley Middle School, where I happily worked until 2010 when the librarians were eliminated in the district. And then a few years later, one of them was reinstated. In the heyday of librarians, teacher librarians in our district, we had 11. And that was considered a really big deal to have 11 credentialed librarians in a district. If you look at the number in the standards, California standards for school libraries, the ratio that they are going for is about 750 to 1. Right now we have 1 to 15,000. So we're not quite there yet. Even at 11 librarians in the district, we had about double the state standard. So what we need to do for our libraries is bring more library texts back, but we also need to start thinking about bringing the teacher librarians back into the libraries. Teacher librarians are teachers. They teach digital literacy. They teach library usage. It's as much as we all love checking out books and hearing story time, that's not what the teacher librarian is primarily motivated by, certainly at the secondary level. It's about teaching students how to find these resources, And especially as the internet explodes and explodes and explodes, showing them the right resources, telling them how to figure out if a website is filled with lies or not, evaluating sources. And these are things that our teachers have been trying to do over the past 10 years since the teacher librarians have been removed from our schools. But let's get the librarians back and do it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
Can you hear me? We're in the library topic, so I just wanted to plug in that this year CCLA will be renaming our library May 18th for open house, and it's going to be dedicated to Lawrence Cook. So I invite all the board members and community members to come to that day for the renaming of our library. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anastasia. Next, we have Chris Ackerman.
Yes, it's you, Ms. Ackerman.
Sorry. Hi, my name is Chris Ackerman. I am a teacher over at Cesar Chavez Language Academy. I just want to state that I absolutely hope you follow this resolution, but know that it will mean absolutely nothing if we continue to have only one librarian in this district. It is ridiculous. Our library closes before the school even ends. Our students don't have an opportunity to check out books before school because they're not at work yet, and they don't have opportunities to check them out after school because they're gone. I have nobody I can collaborate with and work with on big research projects like I did when I worked in Illinois and I had a full-time librarian. It was awesome to bring students in on a weekly or bi-weekly basis and have them have the opportunity to learn the skills. I used to call the school librarian my book fairy because she would spend a lot of time researching books, figuring out what books the kids want, ordering the books, and then hand delivering them to kids in the middle of class. It was like Santa Claus, but with library books. I have also collaborated with librarians at the public area. So I have done that, not just with school librarians. They have individual grants, usually schools, and we kind of pair up a book with different learning opportunities. So that's great. And finally, I want to let you know that one of the great things about libraries in the state of California is most public libraries are funded with state funds. That means if you are a California resident, you can get more than one library card in the state. I currently have one from Santa Rosa, from Sacramento, from San Francisco, and I got one from LA. So please collect your library cards. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Do we have any remote attendees?
I am going to call for public comment on item E1. Again, this is just for item E1, which is designating April as School Library Month. So if you'd like to comment on E1, I will promote you and you have 2 minutes. Our first speaker is Deanna Oliveras for item E1 only.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks for calling on me since I wasn't called on when I had public comment on non-agenda items earlier. I'm just curious. I actually agree with Mr. Sheffield. These resolutions every month to have a different resolution every month. So this month is Library Appreciation Month. I kind of call BS on it, because if that was true, and if you're going to have a resolution declaring this library month, then we should have a certificated librarian, more than one for the whole district. Right now we have one for the whole entire district. And it goes back to what Ms. Howe said, bringing it back to the basics. At this point, we want our kids to be safe and we want them to read and write. Like, that's all we want. The contracts you guys keep bringing up and having people come and consultants and all this, we just want librarians. We want our kids to read and write. We need librarians in there that love books. We don't need just a classified person making minimum wage in there. We want librarians that love books. Kids know the difference between someone whose passion is books or not. That makes a huge difference. That's a safe place for these kids. And it's just crazy to me that thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars are spent in administrative costs and administrators, but our kids aren't even meeting standards. We want them to be safe. We want them to be able to read and write. The teachers, when my kids were little, I would volunteer for library day because the teachers couldn't handle all the kids in the library because they were so excited. Wouldn't that be amazing if that still happened? And that sometimes they gave teachers a minute to catch their breath while the parents were there, but parents aren't even allowed on campus anymore. We need more parents on campus. You need to open the campuses.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Almaveras. Next speaker for item E1 is Adina Flores.
Good evening, board and superintendent. I'm ecstatic that we are honoring the importance of libraries this evening. Knowledge is power, and if we do not read for ourselves to truly understand our history, we are doomed to repeat it. I'd like to inquire what books are included in the collection and what material is excluded. For instance, if we wish to truly educate our youth, let's start by informing our kids that we have had 6 Black presidents, not one. Mr. Pryor's mentioned this on many occasions. Let's teach our children the California and US Constitution, which this board refuses to uphold. Let's teach them that the same family who conducted the research to encourage the Holocaust is now funding an ongoing eugenics movement disguised as a vaccination narrative. Let's learn to read each and every contract coming forth for board approval. Perhaps if we did so, we'd understand that this board sold our students' data to Mr. Bill Gates. If you had taken the time to research the Youth Truth Survey, certainly you'd know it was established by the Center for Effective Philanthropy, founded and funded by the aforementioned billionaire. I find it interesting that Mr. Sheffield referenced partnering with the county library. Former Santa Rosa City Schools Board President, Ms. Jenny Close, was also president of the Sonoma County Public Library Foundation. She's currently under investigation with the state due to financial omissions and discrepancies. She's established around 3 nonprofits that receive not only corporate funding, but government funding that don't legally exist with the Secretary of State or IRS. So I inquire about the motives behind this partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next online speaker for item E1 is Margaret Boone.
Good evening again. Sorry. I was lucky to grow up in a household where education was at the forefront of everything. My dad was a chemistry, physics, and advanced math teacher and department head at Rancho Cotati. My mom was a highly educated landscape architect graduating at the top of her class from UC Berkeley. They both valued books more than just about anything. My dad at one point had over 100,000 books, too many for his bookcases, so they sat in stacks, 2 or 3 stacks deep, in front of the bookcases. Every Friday night, we got to go to the bookstore, Books Inc. at Cottingtown to pick a book to buy. My brother, my sister, and I would also walk to the library every Saturday and check books out. Books are something not every kid has at home. Not every kid can afford to buy books. Not every kid can safely and easily walk to the library. In a time when banning books has somehow become a thing again, we should do whatever we can to get books into the hands of kids. We should fully fund our libraries with updated book collections and trained librarians to check those books out. Accessibility should be a huge focus, getting books into kids' hands, fostering a love of reading, and all that comes with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shelby Pryor, and this is for item E1.
Good evening, board. It's been a pleasure going ahead and listening to all these individuals talk about the importance of us and your partnership with the library, helping them find librarians and coming up with reasonable reading material that doesn't consist of your political ideologies of them, they, and everything under the sun. I think that you need to start understanding that with this partnership, you have an opportunity to start educating our children on real, actual, tangible history, things that we can see and understand. Things like violence only begets more violence. If we continue to not have good partnerships and put filth into our libraries, we're going to keep getting the same results that you keep giving us. It's interesting that you've been indoctrinated to read only the books that you've selected, and yet we still have similar issues and problems. My recommendation for the safety of the kids being bullied would be for them to jump into a library, because you ain't got to worry about the bad kids being in there. I'm sure you don't want that to be an answer, but I would say this. I would say that if you can start teaching them a world perspective, but also an appreciation of their local history and things that are going on within their city limits and boundaries, these things could go ahead and actually help to go ahead and build the fruitfulness of your library. Start actually having school events at the library. Take your kids and make a requirement for them to visit the library as part of their general everyday studies. Hey, you have to read this many books. All I can say is, if you're going to partnership with them, make sure you don't have hypocrites who you partner with. Not going to say no names, you already know who you are.
Thank you. Our next online speaker is Zoom user. If you could please state your full name. This is item E1, public comment.
Maria Posey. Before establishing a library day, I really think that the schools need to be working on actually having the kids be able to read and write. You kind of miss the point if you're not making that happen. But on another note, the school libraries, what kind of books are you going to be having in there? Because I'm seeing more and more parents and other districts that are speaking up about the child pornography that is in the libraries. So are you going to have the libraries that are telling kids how to give blowjobs, which actually says that in the verbiage? So if you think it's inappropriate that I'm saying this right now here, it's not appropriate for our kids to be reading it. So what kind of books are you going to be having for the kids? Are you getting the new woke books for the kids and having them question? I can see the eye roll, De La Cruz, which I know is part of your agenda. So will we be getting a list of all these new books and everything else? And one librarian for the whole district? Are you serious? That's ridiculous. And if that's the case, then be asking for parent volunteers. Get them vetted, get them fingerprinted. It's not that hard for you guys to do, but I'm sure there's plenty of parents that would. And there's probably some veterans that could probably volunteer to be librarians, and that would give you guys some safety on campus on top of that. Why don't you kind of work those two together so you have safety on top of having somebody in the library? But why don't you work on those books? Because banning things like To Kill a Mockingbird and Huck Finn, but then put in cartoon characters of how to give a blowjob is absolutely ridiculous and unacceptable. So as for library day, if you guys can't get the library stocked properly, it doesn't need to be a library day, and it does no good because you can't get teachers in there to actually teach the kids how to read and write.
Thank you. And President Manieri, there are no other hands raised.
Great, thank you. So at this time, we will bring this back to the board for any further questions, discussion, or a motion.
I move to adopt the resolution designating April as School Library Month.
Second.
Thank
you. That was moved by Director Sheffield and seconded by Director De La Cruz. Any further discussion before we do a roll call vote? Vice President Medina.
Yeah, I just want to add that one of my favorite memories I cook, and one of my favorite classes of all time involved going to the library a lot. And that was in 7th grade, 5th period with Mr. Prids, silent sustained reading. All I got to do in that class was just sit and read whatever I wanted. It was so soothing, relaxing, and escape. And it was always right after lunch. So I value books. I think this is important. And yeah, books are awesome. And I think we need to look for more opportunities like that just for mental health. Thank you.
I just have to add to that because I was a pretty disruptive kid, and the teachers would just send me to the library, and I would I would get my work done, but then I was a distraction to I think as the teachers put it to my parents, I'm distracting the other kids, so they would just send me to the library, and I had a very good relationship in high school with my librarian, and she made all these amazing book recommendations, starting from my freshman year all the way through my senior year, and would love every disruptive kid to have that type of librarian and relationship on campus. So anyway.
Okay, I'm just going to jump in with the loving librarian story. When I was in law school, I was part of a group of students of color who were really activated around defending affirmative action. And so, as you can imagine, our names came from all different parts of the globe. And our dean at the time knew that he was going to do us all a disservice by not being able to pronounce them the way that our parents did. And our law school librarian was like this amazing polyglot who had a beautiful accent in multiple languages. And so she volunteered to say all of our names the way that our parents said them when we walked across the stage to get our law school diplomas. And I will always be grateful for just the loving, kind of educated, informed way that, having that perspective allows for kids to be seen and for their families to feel proud of who they are. And so adding love for librarians and for the solace of books.
Well, we have a motion and a second, so we will do a roll call vote.
Director Bowie,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Hi.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye, thank you so much. Item E2 is a discussion item, facilities, projects, and funding update. Information will be presented regarding progress on bond measures I and L projects, common facilities needs district-wide, and funding mechanisms and opportunities. We also have student representatives who will share information about their school needs through their lens. And presenting this discussion item are Associate Superintendent of Business Services, Lisa Cavan, and Director of Maintenance and Operations, Eric Godin.
Good evening. Thank you, President Manieri, Superintendent Trinnell, members of the board, and the Santa Rosa City Schools community. We have several people joining us this evening here at the table to help us with our presentation. We have students from both James Monroe Elementary as well as Montgomery High School and their respective principals. So we have Principal Storrell, Principal Fong, Ava Parmalee, and Valentina Campos Chavez, along with Director Oden and myself. So thank you this evening. We'll go ahead and get started with our facilities update. We're just going to give a preview of a few different items here. Next slide. Thank you. So we'll be talking about a few of our schools, just some representative sites, about some common needs, as well as some things that were accomplished through measures I and L. We'll take a quick overview of some funding, and then Director Oden will speak about some current and upcoming projects with remaining I and L funds. So you can see we have a lot of common needs district-wide. These are things that are on many of our sites. Some of them really just need some updates, and others really need some pretty intensive work. And this would be at every site that is in need of work, not just one school or one office. All of our buildings and campuses are in need. Okay, and we'll start with James Monroe Elementary School, and I'll hand it off to Valentina.
Hello, my name is Valentina Campos Chavez, and I'm a member of Student Council at my school. The Student Council talked about facilities needs recently. I'm standing up here talking to you because my school needs improvement to make it safer for all the students. Some positive aspects of our facilities are things such as our buildings being very well prepared for emergencies. They're stable for earthquakes, prepared for lockdowns, and very easy to exit for fires because our campus is wide open. This brings me to say that our campus has a wide open field and lots of space. Another positive aspect is how clear rules are displayed around campus. Some things that could be changed around my school are upgrades to existing fences around campus. We also need more greenery as well as upgrades to our benches. We could also add a new surface and new paint to our blacktop. As of our portable classrooms, they could get more upgrades to make them safer for teachers and students alike. Our portable classrooms are run down and not the most secure. There are also tripping hazards at the curbs near the doors, and the ramps also rot. Some new additions that we could make to our school are more fences and gates for safety and decoration, a covered eating area with more tables, and some new benches and gathering areas for students to be able to hang out with their friends.
Thank you, Valentina. That was awesome. Better than I could do. I got a couple pictures and a few words, but she said it all. If we go to the next slide. As you can see, some of the work that was done through Measure L in the previous past was the, of course, new roofs and HVAC across the site, the locks and hardware, the marquee, definitely some technology upgrades along with security cameras. So that one across Monroe is very dry with these rains, thankfully. Next slide, please. Santa Rosa Middle School, kind of some typical things that are going on there. Paint definitely needs a little curb appeal. Furniture, fixtures, and equipment are something that's across most of our district is aging, as well as restroom upgrades, as you can see from the photos there. Next slide. Again, through Measure I, Santa Rosa Middle was able to receive all new roofing and HVAC. Of course, new locks and hardware like all of our sites did, a new marquee, the great technology upgrades and security cameras that are helping with security on campus.
Senior at Montgomery High School and ASB Vice President. And I'd like to start off just by saying how much I truly love Montgomery. And the reason why I'm so passionate about this is I don't feel that our facilities properly reflect the people and the program we have going on at our school. And with that, for example, our portables have been in use for decades past their usable life, to which they are completely falling apart, literally bursting at the seams, where there's mold growing in the classrooms, all of which smell terrible. There's, as you can see, a crack that runs throughout our school in our indoor and outdoor hallways. On our outdoor hallways, it makes it not wheelchair accessible. One of my friends was on crutches and wasn't able to use that hallway. It just does not work. And there's much more, as you can see just from the list, and it keeps on growing, which has occurred through years of neglect. And I'm bringing this up because it plays into a broken window theory, which I believe you are all familiar with. And for anyone who isn't, broken window theory comes into effect when conditions, and in this case, students are surrounded by just things that are constantly falling apart. And why should they be tasked with doing their part to keep it clean? So when the portables, for example, are falling apart, or there's loose wires that one could easily grab onto, why should I care about picking up my trash? And we constantly talk about trying to make the school culture better on each of our campuses, but we can't improve the culture until we improve the conditions. And I invite each and every one of you to come take a tour of our campus. My counterparts, Joey Bowser, Kaden Peterson, and myself have given a handful of tours to Lisa Cavan and Eric Oden, as well as members of their team. And we'd love to show you what it's like to live at or have a day at Montgomery. And I really can't emphasize enough, we have amazing people. We just don't have the conditions that reflect that. And that's why we're here asking, begging for better conditions. They did tour. Oh, sorry, my bad. If you'd like to come back, I can show you more.
She can. They were great tours with the students we had. So again, it's hard to follow her, but I'll try. It's some completed work through Measure I that Montgomery did receive is the new roof and HVAC across all of its main buildings. And that beautiful all-weather track and turf field, which the company that put it in uses it on their advertising now. Again, new locks and hardware, those technology upgrades and security cameras again. So some definite help there.
So yes, thank you. Also, I didn't mention, I should have led in with that all of our board members did tour. We took them on some individual tours last week. We visited Montgomery High School, Santa Rosa Middle School, and Lincoln Elementary. We hope to be able to take them on tours of all of our facilities individually throughout the rest of the year. So we do appreciate your time. Thank you so much. I do want to share that we sold, talking about facility funding and the different ways that we're able to meet those needs. Today, we did have a very successful bond sale. And so we have actually gotten some really great rates
for the market so far in this year. The timing was great. If we would have waited until next week, we actually would have been competing with about $4 billion worth of other bonds for both the state as well as I believe it was LA Unified had another one that was going out next week. Or maybe it was another large one. So some great rates, just over 4% for the total in cost. And which is actually less than what we had projected when we brought the resolutions to the board. So those lower rates actually equate to several $1,000,000 in savings for our taxpayers compared to our original projections. The bonds can be used for new construction and reconstruction. Developer fees can only be used for increased enrollment or potentially for reconstructing facilities to be able to maintain enough classrooms for enrollment that we have. So that would potentially tie in with some of our portable replacement. We're working with King Consulting on how to best maximize those funds for use for our sites. Routine restricted maintenance, what that 3% is that we dedicate and are required to dedicate at least 3% of our budget to regular ongoing maintenance costs. Of course, all of our maintenance personnel has to be paid out of that as well, which with increasing costs as appropriate and as well as increasing retirement costs, that really cuts into what we have available for actual funds to work on our facilities. The state used to match that 3%. Back before the local control funding formula under revenue limit, the state did provide a 3% match, and both of those sets were restricted. They did discontinue that as part of the local control funding formula. That actually all disappeared back when they had some during the Great Recession and needed to provide some flexibility. The other small revenue stream would be facility use fees. So as the Civic Center Act, we do make our facilities available to the public for a fee. And those fees are then restricted to go back into supporting, they're meant to support the ongoing costs of operating facilities. So some of our other ways of getting funds to spend on our facilities are through grants for safety or energy or other things that we come across. We are also working with King Consulting for our state reimbursement. So that's for modernization, the potential for new construction, and the potential for portable replacement. They're actually working on 4 applications for us right now for reimbursement on projects that we've already completed or that we have in process. So that will potentially bring millions of dollars into the school to reimburse us for those bond funds. And so that will then be able to go back into other facility projects. So we're looking to try to maximize our local dollars as much as possible by augmenting them with reimbursements. Excuse me. We also have, I believe they identified about $50 million worth of reimbursements between current and ongoing projected projects that we have kind of in the pipeline there. Deferred maintenance, and again, that's what I talked about before, which was that 3% matching. And I'll turn it back over to Eric.
Yeah, thank you.
Just real quick, Lisa, what was the dollar amount for the state reimbursement?
We have a projected just under 50 million right now that it looks like for reimbursements. That will take several years.
Yeah.
But at least it's in the hopper.
It's significant though. Yes.
It is. That's a significant augmentation to our budget.
Thank you.
Yeah, which will help for some of these upcoming things we have going. Some of the stuff we have planned, of course, for 23 and into the 24 year include, of course, as our students here from Montgomery know, we have a major sewer line repair that is being worked on or drawn up at the moment, so we can get that out to bid. We also have some sewer issues across the district, including at Santa Rosa High. The Maria Creo High School LED lighting project is on actually the consent agenda tonight. Brook Hill CCLA and Santa Rosa High School Phase 3 roof and HVAC is scheduled for this summer. We are also looking at the Ringgold Valley Middle School gym and HVAC replacement as we're having some definite struggles with the aging equipment there. So portable rooftop and HVAC repairs while we go through this stage of modernizing our schools over the next decade with these bond funds. Of course, the technology upgrades and touch panel TVs in classrooms and the upcoming summer of Montgomery and Ridgeway bathroom remodels.
So one of the things that I do want to mention is that the costs for King Consulting working with us on those applications actually can be paid out of the developer fees. That is a way that we do try to maximize those dollars and not affect our bond funds where possible. Excuse me, for those costs, we did bring some consulting contracts back in October, November, related to what the preliminary work was. And then just last month, we brought forward the additional for them to continue to work with us based on the applications that we have going in between now and the end of the school year. As we look for additional applications in the future, we would bring each of those costs back to you for that.
Director Flores, do you have a question?
Yeah, so, it would be very, very helpful if you can attach the link of the cost of these projects, because I know they're like in September and October. I mean, but you have to like manually search for those. We usually have a financial impact on that, and then if you can link that, so that way we can, have so members of the public can see that, and we can see that. And then two, if you go back to slide number 5, between the red and the blue, are we talking about re-roofing and patching? There was red and then there was a building in blue. I didn't know what the difference was between those two.
Yeah, again, this happened before my time as in the facilities, but the red is the roof replacement, right? So I got that. And I think the blue is a patched and repaired because the roof must have been in a little bit better condition. That's over the lobby hallway when you walk into Monroe.
Thank you.
Vice President Medina, do you have a question?
Thank you. One thing that I didn't see on the, let's see, where is it? On the project list, and I'm curious, like, how does it come up? The building at Montgomery High School. I think you told us of a deadline for approval for it to be constructed. I don't recall what that deadline was, but I think it's maybe next year. And I'm wondering where it is on the priority list. And what is the date of the most recent cost estimate?
So we have until September of 2024 to break ground if we want to move forward with the plans that are already currently DSA approved. The original cost estimate was about $18 million, and that was back, do you know what year that was?
I think it was 2018.
So we are currently looking into if that is the design that the board wishes to move forward with, then we would be looking at getting the new cost estimate. Our internal estimates based on inflation and current construction costs, what those are coming in at, is between 30 and 40 million. So obviously there's not enough left in to complete that. After the current projects that are out there and pending, we have a couple $1 million left in I. And so it could potentially get us started, but it would not be able to complete that project. It would go into funds from the next set of bond issuances, which we will have those funds. We expect to have them mid-April to be actually funded for that. So there's definitely things in the works that could move forward if that's the priority that the board chose to move forward with as it.
And I think one of the things that's completely not discussed here, but I think has been a big concern, is just our district office facilities and how bad that is. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, our portables at our district office we have some that are 70 years old. Many are tarped. We are past we no longer have the ability to repair many of those roofs because of dry rot or the fact that the contractors won't actually warranty a roof because there's just not enough there to be able to fix it. So something will need to happen with that facility as well as some other facilities that, right now we just highlighted a few, but there's great need across our district. And Eric, if you have anything else to add about the district.
No, yeah, I can piggyback that. Most of the district is portables except the front main building. And those are all approaching 70 years of age. So the rot is so bad that you can't construct anything off of that. So, you know, something will have to be done in the future, as we've kind of highlighted with you guys in the past. So
I guess my final question is, in terms of, okay, we've approved funding for facilities master plan, and I'm assuming a lot of that will come back to us. And that'll include kind of like priority 1 issues, priority 2, and like the total cost. And so I forgot when do we expect that to be done? That was going to take a while, right?
yeah, we expect to bring the master plan to the board in November. That was what's part of the RFP when we hired the architect firm.
The architects are actually we're beginning the site committee meetings coming up. April 11th, I think, is the first one. So over the next few months, leading up into summer, we expect to get a lot of feedback from the sites, which then they'll use over the summer to bring back, and lots of things will happen between now and next fall. They're just updating the existing plan, you know, with our new, they're evaluating to see what is still outstanding versus what we were able to get accomplished with INL. And some of those things will move into CNG and some may not, because it may not be the continued priority. Something may have been addressed in a different way, or the need may have changed. So that update will come back for approval. Expectation is November, but there will be plenty of opportunities for committees and feedback and input.
Director Sheffield.
I have another question on portables, and I appreciate the site tours that we had last week, and I was pointed out that some of the portables are owned by us, but some are leased. Maybe most are leased, is my understanding. Or
It's a pretty big mix, and it depends on the site. Some sites are mainly leased and some sites are mainly owned.
so on the summer project list, the portable rooftop HVAC repairs. My question is on. My understanding is if they're leased, it's part of the contract that they cover the maintenance, the upkeep of those portables. How well are we doing, you know, these contracts doing on the upkeep of these leased portables?
Yeah, when we talk, you know, on this list here, it's our portables, it's our owned portables,
Okay.
right? But the leased portables, yes, are by the lessee, the company that we're leasing them from, and some companies are more responsive than others, right? And so some of them want us to go back and renegotiate our terms to get out there and fix the roof or something. So we push hard.
We know we need to, I mean, just the state of the portables that we looked at, you know, I definitely understand that. And maybe it comes down to renegotiating the terms. But if we're talking about, you know, having classrooms that are, you know, habitable, that's what we need to do. I definitely would support doing that. But what you're saying is in regards to the project list in front of us, these the portable rooftop, the HVAC repairs are on our end, are the portables that we own.
Correct, district owned, just knowing that modernization over these next, it's going to take some time. And so getting rid of these portables will just take time. And so we have classes and students in them now, so we should, you know, make them a serviceable, comfortable classroom.
So some of the roofs on the ones that we are able to repair through this repair or replacement, really we're looking at maybe a couple of years. You know, there may be a 10-year roof, knowing that we are hoping to get rid of those portables, but we know that they need to be addressed now. So it's really kind of a temporary
So it's also
transition.
an opportunity for us to identify those portables that actually, when you're looking at it, we just can't do anything with them. So that's an opportunity for us to come in and do an assessment.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we have a company working with us now doing an assessment of those portables and kind of giving us their feedback right now. So we'll be bringing something to you guys soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there more slides in the presentation? Are there more slides in the presentation? Oh, those
No,
are right. Okay.
No,
great,
that
thanks.
was it. It looks.
Vice President Medina.
Just had one more question. We've had lots of rain lately, and I'm just curious if outside of the major issues at Montgomery and Santa Rosa high schools, has there been anything else that's really like popped up that might seem serious or we might need to be addressing too?
Well, there are still leaks in the district, right? Not all roofs were replaced so far. We ran to the point where I think we're at Brook Hill CCLA and Santa Rosa High Phase 3, but we're still some schools that have yet to get a new roof. So we do have some leaks within some of these older portables, as well as some of these schools that have yet to be fully addressed. But we've had a lot of rain this year compared to even I've been here. This is my 6th year. This is probably more rain than we've had the previous 5 combined, which is great, but it's really testing our underground drainage system. We as backups, as I'm sure Principal Storrell can attest to at Monroe, some of our underground piping really needs to be dug up and taken care of as part of this upcoming modernization. Yeah, to help handle hopefully future wet winters.
And I guess that's kind of my concern, like, or lack of understanding in terms of when they do the facilities master plan. Is there like a way that they test those things, or is it just based on reports or something?
Yeah, they'd be based on reports because besides each of the sites getting their input to this committee or this group, so will M&O and myself and a bunch of others as well. So, some of us know a lot about what happens across. And so a lot of this infrastructure need will get inputted there.
Director De La Cruz.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your work. I know you've inherited a lot. One of the things that I noticed in the walkthroughs was the ways in which teachers are really trying to make do with what they have. And there's a lot of, duct tape and extension cords and I know it doesn't necessarily reflect kind of, places where kids are feeling safe learning or where teachers feel safe teaching. And so I just wanted to, beyond the project, how are we really making sure that teachers are in the middle of kind of deciding where they want their projectors so that they have the space that they need to teach in the ways that they need to? Like, what is the process that we're really going to be involving teachers in creating the spaces that they inhabit every day and need to function for them?
So there are a couple things with that. Excuse me. One is each of the sites are asked to bring forth a facilities committee for their site and that would include teachers, classified, a mix of people. We also have the Ed Services Committee. And then we also have our Facilities Advisory Committee, which does have SRTA representation on that. When technology goes out, that's something, and maintenance, those are some things that we are working to look at our processes with how we get that input. And there are some things that we may have limited choices on where we can put things, depending on structure of walls, where electrical is at. There are some things that are kind of outside of our control, but where we can do that, we try to with the new interactive touch panels. Those are on carts rather than being installed, except in certain spaces where it doesn't make sense to have them on a cart. There are exceptions, and that really is to give some flexibility. And those are very light. They look big, but they're very sturdy, very stable and light. They are easy to move.
Thank you.
Are there other questions from the board? Director Flores.
Yeah, so thank you for the tour, by the way, and we learned quite a bit. And one of the things that we learned is that some of our sites are right on top of earthquake faults. So do we have any plans or any plans on how to retrofit or build on or do something on those sites that might be on top of a fault?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that some of that will come out in this master planning process. I would like to bring the board the full information, from an expert group than just some hearsay or, some comments. So I'll reserve that until we can get the full information to you on that.
Thank you.
Other questions? I have a question. Why these three schools? How are these three identified as being a part of this report today?
Okay, well, for a few things. One, we wanted to do a representation of an elementary, a middle, and a high. We also wanted to give a cross-section of different areas within our community. As far as Montgomery and Santa Rosa Middle, Montgomery, we've actually been working with the students since January on coming forward with a presentation. We did, things happened and we did have a delay there. And so they were kind of always included in this because of their advocacy. Santa Rosa Middle, it really had to do with at the time, just where they were located in the community. And then Monroe actually had to do with some of the different issues that they had going on over there at their site, tried to make it a mix of needs across the district. So portables versus paving versus maybe some curb appeal. So just a cross section of different repair and different needs. We actually had wanted to try to do the same tour and facilities, and things just don't always line up as originally planned.
Director Sheffield.
Okay, I'm going to bring it up. I brought it up on the tour as well, and maybe just I'm speaking mostly so the public is aware of the work that is also being done about leveraging grants. I know I talked about that earlier, but maybe you can talk a little bit about the Safe and Supportive School grant and the grants that you had brought up, leveraging some dollars to make it go a little bit further with the remainder of these dollars.
So the modernization and potential new construction, portable replacement, those are they're called grants. They are grants from the state. They are a reimbursement up to 60% of the cost of a project. That's an approved cost. So that doesn't necessarily mean our actual costs. So there's some back and forth that you do with the state to actually bump that up as much as possible. There are also some things potentially, some federal grants related to safety or energy upgrades, which we've been, that's a lot of our PPAs, a lot of our go ahead if you want to talk about our CO2. Yeah, all of those things that the district's already done prior to me coming on board.
Yeah, the safety, and that's a big one right now,
Yeah.
especially. We've heard from a lot of parents. We've definitely heard from a lot of students as well, knowing that we are working diligently to leverage these dollars, anything that is available.
Yeah, we are currently looking for additional grant opportunities. So I know there are a lot of things proposed, and so keeping our eye
And keeping us
on that.
posted on what might
Absolutely.
be out there.
Absolutely. We plan to be bringing back regular updates on our facilities and our progress on funding.
Okay.
Actually, Vice President Medina, is it okay if we move on to public comment and then come back for more questions and discussion? I want to acknowledge that we have some students and it is 9 o'clock. And so I'd love to move forward to public comment and then come back to the board. Okay, great. So I have one blue card for public comment on this item, and it is Anastasio Tovar.
Good evening, Anastasio Tovar from CCLA. I'm happy to hear that you guys are going to be at CCLA. And just looping back to my conversation when I talked about our school earlier, I'd like to address that our fence at Sebastopol Road is still low. It's not safe. Omar Medina was on campus and he witnessed that. And that was one of the first things he pointed out. Second thing, looping back again, is our shaded playground. There is absolutely no shade on our playground, and summer's coming up, and it's a perfect opportunity for the district to bring some shade into our playground. And lastly, it makes me sad that our gym is not on the agenda. I like for one of the board members to question that. The flooring still says Lawrence Cook. It has a Mustang on it, so it doesn't match our school name or our mascot. So I encourage one of the board members to challenge that and to bring that to the attention. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anastasio. We'll move on to our remote attendees now.
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item E2. That's the facilities projects and funding update. This is a discussion item. You have 2 minutes. Our first speaker is Tracy Maniscalco.
Hi, I'm Tracy Maniscalco and I teach at Montgomery High School, and I really urge the boards to reassess what you consider a need. It's very frustrating to see an LED upgrade for a theater when I work at a site where there's cracks in the floor, where staff has fallen and hurt their elbow, and where there are actual needs like roofing and HVAC around the district. This money is finite. It's not never ending, as you've mentioned. And as a science teacher, I share a chemistry lab with 3 teachers, or besides myself, and 4 of us share an earth science lab when we teach earth science during one of the periods. We need a new building. I get that that may not happen with the money, but it's frustrating to see money being spent on lighting upgrades when during the last bond cycle, we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on electric signs when the Montgomery bathrooms for the students were just as terrible as they are now. And the longer you wait, the worse it gets. Last month, I started hearing gurgling in the sinks when I was teaching my class. And then all of a sudden, an hour later, the entire chemistry lab is flooded with a biohazard, with sewage, with raw sewage and urine in my classroom. The longer you wait, the worse these problems get. And we shouldn't have to wait while money is being spent for a want when we have actual needs. We didn't need those electric signs. We needed our bathrooms fixed. Our students don't feel like you care about them because you spend money on other things instead of what they need. I do want to thank the superintendent for actually coming out and showing that she cared, but don't wait for these other HVAC and sewage repairs. They need to be fixed
Thank
now,
you.
not lighting.
Thank you, Tracy. Our next online speaker is Deanna Oliveras.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I've spoke on this a few times before. I'm pretty disgusted that it seems recently you've all visited sites. And I know why you've visited sites. 1, because a kid was murdered at Montgomery. 2, because of the bond measure. The last few years, none of you have visited your sites. You all have campuses that you are liaison to. And of course, it doesn't coincide with the people that voted you in, because then you would be held accountable. So if you were voted in a certain trustee area, of course, you're not going to be the liaison for that middle school or high school or junior high, because then if you didn't do your job, you wouldn't be voted in again. So you're all in different areas. A few of you have visited sites, but not many of you have, and you use the excuse of COVID. You can all be in San Diego during COVID, unmasked at a table in a restaurant and bar. But have you all been to your site? Not the sites you went to high school with, not the sites where you have your nonprofits at, but have you been to the sites where it's your liaison? Have you been to their ELAC meetings? Have you been to their site council? Have you been to their parent committees? Because if you have, you would have already known what shape the school's in. You would have already known how the parents felt. You would know how the kids see mold. You would know that the teachers don't have what they need, but you're not doing your job. That's what's frustrating to me. You would already know all of this, but you don't. So you have to wait for this big report on the bond. And you wait and wait and wait because you think you're going to get the bond passed, and you save money and you're waiting for the bond to pay for it. Do your jobs, visit your campuses.
Thank you, Ms. Oliveras. Our next speaker is Margaret Boone.
Hello again. Okay. I want to start by thanking our ASB students for the advocacy for Montgomery and our ever deteriorating campus. We have an exceptional leadership class. Their activism on this is just one example of the many ways they're working to improve our school. They also lead our amazing and award-winning Best Buddies Club. I wanted to touch on one of the examples they put forth in their presentation they sent out a month plus ago and gave tonight. The blacktop and sidewalks. When our last bond measure was passed 8+ years ago, the blacktop and sidewalks at Montgomery were already in terrible disrepair. One of our former teachers, Mr. Lynch, wrote to the Press Democrat in 2015 and said, "I invite board members to come to Montgomery High's Bungalow T to push a wheelchair to the football field. See how many cracks and chuck holes in the asphalt that you need to try to avoid." He went on to talk about many windows in various classrooms don't open, several air conditioners don't work, there are roofs that leak, all of which continue to be issues. What Mr. Lynch said was true then and is much worse now. Several years ago, I tried at one point to get a drain on the blacktop outside the bungalows repaired, citing a student and a gate trainer from the medically fragile class, falling after hitting that grate, but it was not fixed. Recently, one of our admin fell, breaking her elbow, tripping on our decaying blacktop. The issue always has been one of safety as well as aesthetics. At this point, I fear it has gotten to such a point that it's a violation of the rights of our students with mobility issues. As everyone looks at where to spend bond money, I do hope that accessibility will be on their minds. Accessible doors for people in wheelchairs, accessible bathrooms and locker rooms for gender nonconforming kids, as is required under Title IX, accessible campuses with blacktops and sidewalks that are not a danger and an obstacle to students and staff, ramps not held together with duct tape, curbs with cutouts so wheelchairs can move from one level to another safely, ADA compliant bleachers, and much more. And we desperately need new HVAC in some of our bungalows, which were randomly excluded when
Thank
Muncie
you,
got new.
Margaret. Thank you. President Manieri, there are no other hands raised online, but we do have one more blue card.
Thank you. We have Andrea Chacon.
Hello. Hi there. I didn't plan on speaking tonight, but I did want to bring this to your guys' attention just on the topic of facilities. I am the student body president at Santa Rosa High School, and there have been countless times where there have been issues with sewage and other areas of the facilities on our campus. And one thing that I do want to bring up is the one big issue with sewage in our campus. And on behalf of the dance program, who have to use the locker rooms every single day, at least once per month, feces of other students and people on campus and like the water from the sewage system rises up in the locker rooms, and it floods the locker rooms of the dance program, and students have to change in that locker room where there is shit water in the locker room. And I think that really needs to be assessed by our board, and I think we need to address this and find ways to fix the sewage system on all of our campuses, because I know this is an issue universal in our school district. And another thing with the sewage system, it's not just in that locker room of our dance program, in our Art Quest building, but one day I was in student government and I was planning prom or something, and next thing you know it, there's water rising up from the floor and from the sinks, and the entire room just starts to smell like feces, and it was honestly disgusting, and I really don't think that should be happening in our classrooms and our campuses. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Okay, and before we bring this back to the board, I understand that our students have some comments to share with us.
Yeah, just really quickly, if any of you have any questions in regards as to how these terrible conditions have impacted my learning as well as my high school experience, I'd like to be a resource, and I know anyone else on my team would happily do that as well. Whether you have questions now or in the future, if you reach out to Principal Fong, she'll be able to get you into contact with me, and I'd love to help make our campuses what I know they can be. And yes. Yes.
Thank you, Ava.
Recently, more students have noticed that there is a huge hole in our fence near our field. And I think we should really get that fixed, because a lot of people are starting to throw things in there, and it's getting like a really big problem because the hole is really big in our fence near the trees, near the creek, where people can easily just slip out and walk away. And that is a very big hazard, because people as well as getting out they can get in. And that is a very big problem for safety at our school.
Thank you. Thank you both for sharing that with us. So bringing this back to the board, do we have any further questions or discussion? We'll do Director Flores first and then Director Medina. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just very concerned what I heard at Santa Rosa High School. I just want to see if the district is aware of this and if we've done anything to address the issues at Santa Rosa High School or ArtQuest.
Yes, it was addressed over the spring break. We actually had that dug up and repaired. Yeah, and it's also part of the ongoing summer repair that will be coming. That was listed earlier in the presentation.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask, so the current project lists are things that are already in the works and that are going to happen, correct?
Yes, some of them. The others we're discussing now, trying to bring forth some budgetary things to you guys so we can get approval. Yeah.
And when I had raised my hand, it was actually Mr. Tovar brought it up. I was going to ask about the issue of that fencing at CCLA, because kind of what I was informed that it had been brought up to the district and that it was being looked into, but I didn't see it as anything here on the project list. So I'm wondering, does that fall under facilities? Does it fall somewhere else? Because, you know, it's the danger of the little kids throwing balls out in the street and potentially causing a car crash or something of that nature. That's one of the questions. So first we'll ask about that.
Yeah, I mean, that was built with the previous director, and I don't know what complaints were brought to him recently. I was, brought to light on that and what we could do. So it has not yet made the list yet because there are some other priorities that have gotten ahead of it, but it is something we can be working on.
So I'll just add that when I went to the coffee with the principal, that was something that the parents brought up. They were very concerned about that. That coupled with the issue of safety around people just doing a U-turn right there on Sebastopol Road. And I don't know if that's an issue that we address or if that's something we have to work with the city. But obviously, that campus wasn't designed for so many people driving to it the way they do now. And I think that's something I think urgent that we have to address it because of safety issues in terms of someone getting hurt, whether it be an accident or something of that nature. But I hope we can get that pushed up on our priority list.
We'll definitely look at the fence. We definitely want to be sure that we are creating spaces that keep our students safe. So with Eric coming on board in his capacity, I know that there are things that we are learning that need to take precedent. And so we will definitely be looking at that. Last year, we continue to partner with the city. Last year, there was signage that was put up on one of the streets that is perpendicular to Sebastopol because we have a parking and a sort of a waiting area issue as well that's causing bottlenecking for when there is pickups in the afternoon. And we've looked at ways for exiting and entering the campus to help with some of the mitigation of the flow. But we are constantly in communication with the city regarding what we can do better. I know that we've had additional individuals out from the city to assist us with traffic flow, especially at the beginning of the school year, when we have parents trying to drop their children off for the first time or for the first week or what have you. But we will continue to look at that.
And I think the other issue that I'd like to add that was brought up around Monroe just right now, but the issue of like fencing, and I know we saw it kind of a little bit at Santa Rosa Middle School. There's issue at Lincoln around like the city of Santa Rosa property and those guidelines, but like where are there holes in our fencing that could be tied to safety issues? I think that's something that I'd like to see addressed sooner, just simply identifying them so we could be aware and then figuring out how we can move forward. Because it sounds like students are noticing and it's impacting how they feel about the safety in their schools.
We would be happy to meet with the CCLA team to talk about the needs that they are seeing. I think some of those would fall on us to see how we can take care. And there are other things that I think we would need to get the support of the charter to assist with some funding. So I think we should have that discussion for sure.
Director De La Cruz.
One of the things that we talked about on the school site visits that I was able to go on was also kind of the intersection between facilities and garden space, and what schools with really active garden coordinators are able to do, both in terms of students feeling like they are actively involved in taking care of their campus and really seeing, you know, their work being put in to have things grow and be beautiful and actually feed parts of the school. So I'm just wondering if there's, you know, a broader plan to look at every site having a garden and a garden coordinator. The person who does this at Proctor, and I think at Steel Lane, is just one of the kindest and most amazing human beings, and just brings such joy to the sites that she works at. Thank you, Carla Barber. And I was just wondering, like, what's the intersection between facilities and garden spaces?
I think that's something that we'll actually need to bring back to you, additional information in a later report. We're happy to look at that and the coordination of how those spaces work together.
Okay, excellent. And then kind of a similar question is, you know, there's, especially at Monty, such beautiful student artwork in places that also, I think, really addresses, you know, typically on pieces of art, people don't tag, right? There's not graffiti, there's respect. And Chicano culture, it's like the consafos, the CS at the end of a mural. And so I was just wondering, is there additional investigation into grant funds to continue supporting student art and student expression? It's so healing. It has been something that I know students that I've talked to just about, you know, the opportunity to express themselves in an artistic way on their campuses also makes them feel that sense of connection, of responsibility, and of purpose. So I'd love to also just make sure that as we're thinking about, you know, creative ways to use our spaces that also are connected to learning, you know, gardens are all about science and climate change and learning, you know, how we see those things happening day to day. Art is about culture, cultural expression, and healing, right? Those are all connected to our educational systems as well. So I would love to have a broader perspective as we're thinking about facilities beyond just the infrastructure, also recognizing that there's human infrastructure that's possible as we think about, you know, that infrastructure in a broader way.
Thank you.
Yes, Director Rui.
And I was just wondering, are we taking input, like specifically telling them and asking them for their input, each school, on like what they need when it comes to facilities?
Yes, those meetings are just getting started. So we just hired QKA at was it the March 8th board meeting that we got them under contract to start their work on the facility master plan. And so they're getting those facility master plan committees at the sites. Director Oden has reached out to the principals to ask them to start gathering who that would be. And there will be representatives from each of those sites to talk about what their specific needs and priorities
Because
are.
I'm looking at the summer project list, and I was just wondering how these certain schools were decided and like finalized on having these projects compared to like other schools who may not have projects like happening at all during the summer.
Sure. So there are two different bond measures. And so the ones that are currently on this list are actually already in the existing facility master plan. They were already essentially in the pipeline queued up. We don't have enough funds and the time frame to be able to do all of the remaining projects in there. So we're right now at this intersection between what's left in INL and what's coming in CNG, and marrying those two plans together in the projects as they go forward. So really it had to do with where we're seeing probably a lot of the work orders, some specific requests and needs as things have broken where there's a high usage. That's where some of those have been prioritized. Other things have been actually in the works for a long period of time. And so it's a process when we're going through the developing the specs for projects and bidding them out and going through maybe a supply chain issue, potentially where something was going to move forward and then got delayed and now it's actually arriving. So a lot of different pieces go into that. There's a committee that's been looking at how we get things moving along for the remainder of INL. And then we'll move into CNG.
Vice President Medina.
In terms of that, I'm curious, will the district be updating the Measure CNG page to include kind of like a schedule of when these meetings will be, kind of what's going on next? And what I see on here is kind of old, unless there's a different one that I'm not aware of. The web page on the district site on CNG, will that be updated anytime soon?
Yes, so actually, that's something that we're working on, getting a new website. And so we're working through those details right now of how we get all of that transitioned. So yes, we do have new information that we need to get up there for CNG and also the current information for INL as we're moving forward. So we're updating as we can and then bringing forward a more robust page for people to interact with as we update that new website.
And just in terms of communicating the specific meetings, like will info go out like on Parent Square on a site per site level when dates are available?
Yes, there will be there's several different ways that they're planning to communicate. So they will also take advantage of existing meetings on campus, reaching out to the principals to maybe work with their ELAC or the existing, say, school site councils, different meetings that are already occurring for some input, surveys, as well as committee meetings. And they'll be messaging with Parent Square and a lot of other items, I am sure. So I know that, Eric, do you recall the other items, the other ways that we were going to communicate based on our plan with QKA?
Yeah, there's going to be several committees. Like we talked about, the site committees are just, we sent out the information just, well, the last week was the spring break. So kind of, had a little interruption there with school, kind of no one being on site. So we're really kind of pushing this week to try to get principals the information they need to start gathering their groups together, because we want to get those site meetings in before summertime hits and we lose the kind of the campus community for a period of time. So that's the main one. But once we get started with those, we'll start reaching out and grabbing more groups as far as with surveys and other committees that are being formed at the same time. But so a lot more to come. You will see a lot more. And as Lisa said, our webpage is definitely going to be updated and much more transparent where everyone can really see what's happening and what's coming.
And my last question is to Superintendent Tranel. In regards to the CCLA gym issue, is that something that's done like at a site level, or is it done through us, or is there a timeline on that logo? My only experience with it is at LC Allen. My class donated the painting that exists there, but I don't know how it is for all schools.
We have done work with CCLA already around their logos and the gym floor and things like that. I'm not aware of additional needs. So I think it's important for us to meet and understand what is being asked for. The other thing is I just need to remind that CCLA is a charter school. And so the funding for the needs of facilities is a little bit unique and different. And so other charter schools in our district who have asked for certain things to be added to their schools have also funded some of those projects through their organization. So before we go any further, I want to be able to understand what the need is and what the ask is and what the funding stream is going to be for that, just so that we can be supportive and also understand the time frame of what that could look like.
Any other questions or discussion from the board on this item? I just have one last thing to add, and I mentioned this while we were on the walking tour of our campuses, but I would really love in one of our future data discussions to see the data around what our needs are with our facilities, but really like what are the requests coming from our staff in terms of needs? Like, what are they phoning in? What are they emailing in about. And I would also love to understand what the turnaround time is to meet those needs. Because again, I really want to make sure that we're looking at root causes and not just putting Band-Aids on pretty big issues that now we're seeing come up. And so data, I would love to see data at a future time.
Can I ask for clarification?
Yes.
Are you talking about work order sorts of requests, repairs?
Yes.
Not the FMP long-term planning?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Because we're going to have to make priorities, right? And so or make decisions about priorities. And so I would just love to understand what's really going on our school sites. Thank you. Thank you all for your time. Thank you to our really patient students. Thank you for staying until 9:30 this evening. And before we move on, we do need an extension for our meeting this evening.
I move to extend our meeting to 10:30.
10:30.
Yeah.
Director Flores moved to extend the meeting until 10:30.
Second.
That was seconded by Director De La Cruz. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great, thank you. Next, we have item E4, Safe Routes to School Program Update. And presenting this action item is Associate Superintendent. Oh,
Stephanie, it's we're number 3.
oh, you're right. Sorry, I completely missed an item.
Yeah.
It is board vacancy for trustee area 7, an estimated timeline. And presenting this action item is Superintendent Trudeau.
Thank you, President Manieri, members of the board, those who are with us in person and online. First, I just want to make a correction that the item is actually a discussion item. My apologies for not correcting that sooner. So it will not be an action item tonight per our board policies. This is an automatic part of our process when we do have a board vacancy. I do want to recognize before she walks out, immediate past board member, Lori Fong. Yeah. And
10 more minutes.
it
She's like,
is
I'm out of
due
here.
to
10
the
more minutes.
resignation of immediate past director, Lori Fong, that we do have a vacancy in trustee area 7. Per board bylaw 9223, that now begins a process for the board to consider a provisional appointment of a person into the seat for the remaining time of Lori Fong's former seat. What I am proposing to the board, as referenced by the letter and also the application, is that we would begin the posting and opportunity for people to apply for the Area 7 seat as soon as tomorrow, which will be advertised in social media, on media platforms, if you will, which will include our website as well as our social media and the local newspaper. The goal would be that a less than quorum of the board, typically the executive board, would be involved in the review of applications and a invitation for applicants to be interviewed publicly on May 10th by the board. And just for the public to know, each applicant who is interviewed it's done live during a regular board meeting in the public eye. And so each applicant would be given an opportunity to be interviewed by the board in whole. And the goal would be, if there is an applicant that the board would presume to take the seat, they would vote on that person and that person could take the seat as soon as that evening after the vote. It also, I want to mention, it is not a guarantee that the board would select someone from the pool in this round. If for some reason there is no applicant that the board deems would be suitable for the seat based on all of the requirements that are set forth in the criteria for membership as a board member, there could potentially be a request for an extension of another 30 days. All of this would be done in collaboration with the County Office of Education, who would be working with us through this process. And with that, I will hand it back to the board if there are any questions.
Director Medina. I think your mic is off.
Sorry, I was just following the link on the letter. And it links to the old trustee area map. It doesn't have the current map, so I don't know if that could be adjusted or fixed.
It to what we currently have on our website, which I thought was the new map. So we will have to check that.
Yeah, so I think maybe we need to update the website.
Okay. I'm sorry?
Oh, I just said then maybe we need to update the website too.
We'll verify that.
Any other questions? Director Bowie.
I was just wondering, after the interviews are done publicly, is that also something that we're doing? So like a public discussion on the applicants and who's been interviewed? Okay.
Yes. Yeah. What's interesting about this process is that we're interviewing someone in front of us in real time and in public. And then afterwards, we have a discussion, like we have a discussion about other items because it's on our agenda. So yes.
Okay, so it's like a discussion on like each applicant after. Okay, I just wanted to.
It's an interview, a public interview. Mhm.
Most bizarre job interview of my entire life.
Director Medina.
Thank you. I don't know if I missed it, but I think part of the process is a subgroup of the board reviews the applications to ensure they meet the qualifications. Do we know, are we going to do the exec committee or do we need to create an ad hoc or anything around that?
Okay, I'm already on. That would be up to the executive board team.
And just to clarify, just, is it all that we probably look at is to make sure they're registered to vote and live in that trustee area? Is that primarily it?
Yes. Applications are complete, all of those things.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Just a clarification question here.
Yes.
So for the city council, right? I know we're not the city council, but for the city council, it could be anyone in the city of Santa Rosa. And that individual is only here for the remainder of the term, right? That's not the case for us, right? That individual needs to come from that specific trustee area, and then they'll have the option of running again.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, we will move on to public comment on this item. I have no blue cards, so we'll move on to our virtual commenters.
There are members of the public and would like to, joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item E3. Please raise your hand at this time. Our first online speaker is Sandy Rojas. Sandy, if you're there, it's your turn to speak on item E3. You could unmute. Okay, we will come back to her. Our next speaker, online speaker, is Sheila Walker.
Hi, good evening, board, superintendent, and community. I just was curious, I know someone on the board just asked how the makeup, who will be on this committee that is going to be screening? And I hope it's parents. I hope it is weighted heavily with parents to participate. And I would hope that the board would think about adding more balance when bringing on a new board member, so that people with a different viewpoint might be able to sit at the table and represent parents who may not always 100% down the line agree with probably the majority, if not all of you, because I do think that is the democratic process, and we need to have more people to present another side or more balance. And I'm just curious. I hope there are parents on this committee. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next online speaker is Deanna Oliveras.
Hi, hi, Superintendent Tranel on board. I just want to say, I think parents and community members and teachers should all be in attendance for the, I think you said May 10th interview with the people that are going to apply, because I think it's detrimental to make sure this is a very transparent process. And I want to remind people that Area 7, Lori Fong's seat she's the liaison to Ridgeway High School, Steel Lane Elementary, Luther Burbank Elementary, and Learning House. And if you're a parent or a teacher there, you need to make your voices be heard and email this board and let the board know what's important to you and that you demand transparency and you demand a fair process to electing somebody to sit in that seat until 2024, because I think that this board is notorious for not having a balanced board and not giving due process to people that apply. And I just think it's really important that you make your voices be heard and make these representatives work for what they're doing and visit the schools, visit the locations, and do what they set out to do. So I think the next few months, usually in spring, these board meetings kind of trickle out and people get exhausted and burn out. But it's very, very important that you tell all your friends to attend these meetings and email these school board people and vote smart next year and attend the interview process and anything you can apply for, because what's happening now with our schools won't stop until they're held accountable.
Thank you. We'll try Sandy Rojas one more time. Sandy, if you're there and you're able to unmute or press *6 if you're calling in from a cell phone. This is for item E3. I think perhaps it was a mistake on raising her hand. There are no other hands raised, President Manieri.
Thank you. So this is a discussion item. So this comes back to the board for any further discussion or questions. Okay, great. Well, thank you to former trustee Fong. I wish she was still here so we could celebrate her and tell her how wonderful she is. We had a little song prepared for her, but we'll just have to do that another time. Great. Moving on to the next item, item E4. This is another discussion item, Safe Routes to School program update. And presenting this discussion item are Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Mike Shepard, Director of Risk Management and Safety, Patty Turner, and Director of Safe Routes to School, Tina Panza. Thank you.
Thank you, President Manieri, members of the board, Superintendent Trinnell, and members of the Santa Rosa City Schools community. It's my pleasure to introduce Patty Turner, our Director of Risk Management and Safety, and welcome our guest, Tina Panza, the Director of Safe Routes to School and Education. So I'm going to turn it over to Patty and Tina.
Good evening. It is a pleasure for us to be here this evening and a greater pleasure to introduce to you Christina Panza of the Safe Routes to School program.
Thank you, Patty. And thank you, board members and Superintendent Trinnell for inviting me to share information about the Sonoma County Safe Routes to School program and our status in the Santa Rosa City School District. The Safe Routes to School program's primary goal is to increase the number of families who safely utilize active and alternative transportation to and from school and in their neighborhoods. We do that through education, encouragement, engagement, engineering, and evaluation, which I'll expand upon in this presentation. Currently, our non-infrastructure Safe Routes program serves about 60 schools countywide with our programming, but we'll go into a little more about that in a minute. Before I get into those program details, I just want to take a moment to share why Safe Routes to School initiatives are important. First of all, they work. Studies have shown that comprehensive Safe Routes to School programs do increase the percentage of students who walk and bike to school. Furthermore, students are safer when they do so. One New York City study, for example, found a 44% decline in pedestrian injury among school children in areas that had safe routes to school projects, engineering projects done, and also safe routes to school programs, education programs in place, compared to no change in locations without. More active transportation does result in lower transportation costs for school districts and families and reduce traffic congestion. Not only are students who walk and bike to school healthier just by benefit of having more physical activity, but our air is cleaner and we reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Finally, student health, as we all know, is linked to academic performance, and walking and biking to school can help ensure that students arrive ready to learn. And also, safe routes to school programs with supervised walking school bus programs have been even shown to reduce student absences and tardiness. We've worked with schools in the Santa Rosa City School District from the beginning of our program. I think I mentioned this last year. In fact, it was a parent at Proctor Terrace Elementary School who showed me how to coordinate my very first International Walk and Roll to School Day back in 2008, because that program, that event predated the County Safe Routes program. This year, our County Safe Routes program is providing support to 8 schools in Santa Rosa City School District. Schools do need to apply each year between March and mid-May to receive services. And we customize those services to each school based on our capacity and their needs. There is definitely room, as you can see, for growth in the Santa Rosa City School District, particularly with our high school and middle school population. Just letting you know that enrollment for Safe Routes to School just opened. I just put out a notice to schools this morning. So that enrollment process is open now for next year. So in the Sonoma County, so I want to talk a little bit about evaluation, then I'll go into education encouragement. In the Sonoma County program, we normally utilize tallies, asking students how they travel to and from school, as well as GIS student address maps to both determine the status of and the potential for active transportation at a site. This spring, we'll actually also be distributing a parent survey. Tally and GIS map data, as you can see on the screen, gives us insight into the difference between how many kids currently walk and bike to a site and how many might be able to in a perfect world. Parent surveys, like the one we'll be doing soon, give us insight into the barriers to walking and bicycling and to identification of needed improvements to infrastructure and other programming. We share data with the schools, with the district, and the city. All this data and the joint collaboration between our school districts, schools, the city, and our Safe Routes program help facilitate improvements to make our streets safer for all users. For example, back in 2020, we used our GIS student data to enhance a grant application for the Community Connector Bridge with the city of Santa Rosa. They were awarded that funding, and they are closer than ever before. It's been years to starting that project. And we also utilize data as well as other factors like school demographics and location to determine which encouragement and education services would be the best fit for a given site. So now I want to delve a little bit into the available services that we provide. So the services we provide include support for encouraging families to walk, bike, and carpool to school, 4th grade on bicycle skill safety classes that we call rodeos. We have 2nd through 5th grade classroom bike and pedestrian safety lessons. We have middle school safety lessons and youth engagement. We do community education and outreach, including family bicycle workshops and rides. Any school in Sonoma County that applies for service is then eligible for education support and encouragement support. We can't provide every service to every school, but we really do our best to meet schools where they're at and provide support toward program goals. At the basis of our active transportation encouragement programs are walk and roll to school day events. These are fun events that are intended to encourage families to walk, bike, scoot, skate, even carpool or bus from home or from a meetup spot a distance from the school instead of driving in single family vehicles. So what our program does is we provide schools with a variety of promotional resources to support them in outreach through their newsletters, their websites, through social media, through teachers. And we also provide them with modest incentives, we call it swag, to give out to students on their fun event days. We encourage schools to hold classroom competitions called the Golden Sneaker Award, to compete about how many kids can get the most, how many classes can get the most students. And we'll provide the schools with a shiny blinged up golden sneaker for that purpose. Some schools establish meetup spots for walking school buses or bike trains, which we support them in doing in terms of planning the routes or helping, recruit leaders and training them. And then although we provide the promotional materials for monthly walk and roll events, I just want to make it clear that schools are the ones that are implementing the events on the schedule that works for them and their capacity. Parents, teachers, often the principal are involved at a school site to get those encouragement initiatives happening. And of course, we support them. We provide them with technical support and resources, but we can't be at every school. Okay, moving on. To complement our walk and roll to school events, we also create monthly themes and related challenges to educate and encourage students and families about active transportation and awareness of being less dependent on our vehicles. The challenges are intended to enable kids to participate in walk and roll, even if they can't walk and roll to school. And it also gives a chance for kids to win fun prizes because each challenge is associated with a prize. Here on the screen are some examples of our November Ruby Bridges Walk to School Challenge, which is a bingo challenge. Our February art contest, we just finished judging that. Our March for Miles challenge, which is happening right now, and our Green Earth Challenge, which is about to start. In May, I don't have a screen for this, but we will be celebrating Bike to School Day on May 3rd, and registration is open for that. We do ask schools to register because we do give schools swag, and we inform law enforcement and the media about participating schools, and we also try to provide them with support for that event, like coming to a school and doing a bike safety assembly in advance and making sure they have all the resources they need to promote it. All right, so moving on from encouragement, I now want to talk a little bit more about our education programs. Our bike, and especially in Santa Rosa City Schools, our bike ped safety ed programs are serving 6 elementary schools and 1 middle school in the district this year. All the schools on the list on this slide, with the exception of Santa Rosa French American Charter, received 2nd grade pedestrian safety lessons, a 4th grade bike basic lessons, a 4th grade in-school bike skill safety PE class, the bike rodeo that I talked about before, and 5th grade mapping and active transportation communication lessons. The French Charter chose to host a weekend family bike workshop for parents and kids this year rather than having our staff provide school day lessons, but they're all getting some kind of education if they're getting comprehensive services. And moving on to middle school, oops, one slide back, I think you might have skipped one. Yes, our middle school program menu consists of a drive your bicycle curriculum, as well as after school middle school bike clubs. Our Drive Your Bike models consist of 10 short video modules and corresponding quizzes that are implemented in PE classes by PE teachers. And our bike club consists of 4 after-school sessions where we deeply engage with a smaller group of kids, teaching them bike maintenance and road riding. For the past 2 years, we've partnered with PE teachers at Santa Rosa Middle School to implement the modules in their PE classes. So all those kids are getting bike safety ed. And this March, we also held a bike club at Santa Rosa Middle. And just so you know, this June, we're also doing a community drive your bike class with CHOPS Teen Center, which is open to any teen in Santa Rosa. And we'll get on bike and go on a ride with them as well and teach them. All right, and then we also know that a barrier to biking to school and in the neighborhood is access to bicycle repairs. So we partner with the Bay Area Bike Mobile, a different organization, but outside of the Sonoma County. They come in and bring free bike repairs to schools that are willing and able to host and promote the service. We connect schools with the Bike Mobile and help them, get it scheduled and promoted. And the Bike Mobile van and mechanics typically visit during after school hours, and they visited or are visiting 4 Santa Rosa City schools this year that are listed above. Our education programs are not only in schools, but like I said, we're out in the community as well. We have monthly Learn to Ride a Bike classes. We partner with Santa Rosa Parks and Recreation on that. We have monthly family bike workshops. We're having one this Saturday at Kiwanis Elementary School, not in this district, but it's open to families in this district. And we even have a bike adventure camp this June in Santa Rosa, which is awesome 5-day camp for kids ages 8 to 12. We also occasionally, like I said, schedule middle school and family fun rides, either in partnership with one of our schools or the community group or with CHOPS Teen Center. Like I said, we're going to do the Drive Your Bike Teen Workshop in June. And at that workshop, we're going to be giving away helmets and bike locks to kids who participate, not to mention training them to ride on the road. And we always share these opportunities, community opportunities with our partner schools and encourage them to share it with their community so that, we're reaching as many families in the schools as possible. Finally, we have produced a number of public service announcement videos to help educate the community about various topics related to Safe Routes to School. We're continually creating more videos and adding them to our Sonoma County Safe Routes to School YouTube channel. We encourage our partners, our schools, the school district, any other community partner to share them when and where appropriate. Everything from how to lock your bike properly, why you should park and walk to school, to winter weather riding. And again, we'll be producing more, and we always will take feedback too. If there's a need for a particular video from a particular community, we will create one. So as you can see, the Safe Routes program provides many services that benefit schools and families in a variety of ways. And there are just a number of opportunities where we can strengthen our partnership even further. I didn't touch so much about engineering because we don't do engineering in our program. Like I don't build crosswalks and, I don't have funding for that, but the city of Santa Rosa does. And we're a connector and a facilitator. We would like to be even a stronger partner with connecting schools and districts with the city and with other community partners that can support moving the needle to build better infrastructure and safer streets for all faster. So I'm excited to announce that we're establishing a Safe Routes to School task force for the city of Santa Rosa. The purpose of that task force is to bring together representatives from the 9 school districts, community partners, law enforcement, the city, and the Safe Routes program to continually collaborate to identify and prioritize relevant projects and programs that will improve Safe Routes to School, as well as identify and pursue funding opportunities. So we'll have our first meeting on Thursday, April 26th at 11 a.m. It's going to be hosted by the Rincon Valley School District. I know Patty Turner is planning to join me in that meeting. It is a public meeting. We do plan to rotate, I hope, to different districts. So it's not just always based in Rincon Valley, but we need to determine the structure and schedule for that after our first meeting. But I'm excited about that collaboration and what that could do for moving the engineering needle forward and working on that aspect, that E of a Safe Routes to School even more. I just also encourage district and staff to encourage school principals, teachers, and parents to enroll in our program and to champion at their school. Also, school districts and schools can set policies around providing bike and pedestrian safety education through PE or around generally supporting active transportation. School and district family coordinators can be great partners. Sometimes that is a role that is assigned, so just consider that. And then just finally, policies around school siting and interdistrict transfers do have a huge impact on school travel. So just always keep that in mind as things move forward with new schools, that Safe Routes to School often is a issue of just people going too far to get to the school of their choice. So thank you so much, everyone, for giving me this opportunity to present to you today. I would be happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
Thank you so much. Yes, Director Sheffield.
Thank you, Tina.
Thank
And thank you
you.
for sticking around. It's a late evening. You know,
I knit.
I think
I knit.
we've done this before. We always have you, you know, at the later in the agenda. We'll have to get you earlier
It's okay.
next time you come and present for us. I had just a couple of questions. You talked about the need to apply. Schools need to apply. What does the application entail?
They
If you
need
can
to
share that.
enroll. So it's a fairly simple enrollment form. We just need to see that the school wants the program, that the school site coordinator wants the program at their school. We want to see what they're asking for. Seeing who enrolls helps us prioritize because there are some services that we provide that are limited, like we can't give a bike rodeo to every single school. So seeing what, you know, their needs are, what they're asking for helps us assess who will get what. So we do those assessments in the month of May once the enrollment is done. Schools, just to clarify, schools can enroll any time of year. It's just for priorities to receive the limited services. We need to do that prioritization in the spring for the following school year.
You said it starts.
Yeah, now enrollment is open now. I sent it through the e-news. If you go to the Safe Routes website, there's like a little tab that says like, there's an enrollment tab. And if you scroll down and click on the link, you'll see the form. And a school can enroll principal.
Yeah, I was gonna
Usually
say,
the
who's
principal
doing the
enrolls.
enrolling? It's
Yeah,
usually
it's usually the
principal
school
or-
principal. It can be a teacher with the principal's permission. It can be a parent with the principal's permission, but definitely we want administrative support because any program like encouragement or education really does need the school leadership to be supportive for it to be successful.
Yeah. Okay.
If I can add just a piece, I'm just added it to our comunicado for our principals. And I provided the link and motivated them to go ahead and enroll now. Plus, it's on our agenda for our safety admin meeting coming up in mid-April. So there's a couple of reminders going out for admin to encourage them.
Well, this could be another reminder tonight. We'll
like
just
Patty
keep
says,
plugging
do
it.
it now.
Do it now. Okay, well,
Exactly.
here's another opportunity to plug. You talked about the bike adventure camp, June. Are there still openings? I know that parents are scrambling now to get
we
kids in
might be
camp.
full.
Okay.
I mean, it's possible that someone will, you know, there might be a waiting list.
A waiting list, yeah.
But I believe that we're full.
Okay.
Is
Well,
it
that's usually
the
what
first time?
happens
Kind of
with
exciting. Well,
camps.
it wasn't full last year, so we're kind of
That's
excited to be full
great.
this year.
Good. All right. Well,
Yeah.
thank you again so much. Nice to see you.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure.
Any other questions? Director McNally.
Not a question, but I just wanted to say that I get to see a lot of these events in action at CCLA in Windsor.
Great.
And it seems like the kids love it. It brings a really positive energy to campus. So I just want to say thank you for presenting to us and thank you for the work that you do.
Oh, thank you so much. CCLA has a walking school bus that walks every Wednesday from the town green, led by a teacher, has been doing that for over 5 years. Up to 80 students will participate on that walking school bus. So it just takes that energy. We didn't create that, a teacher did, but because the program was at the school. So.
Director De La Cruz.
Tina, it's so nice to see you. Thank you so much for your work. I just also want to give a plug for kind of the educators to really, like, you've done some beautiful stuff like the Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day, really let kids kind of reflect on the history of what it means to have the privilege to walk in an integrated, to an integrated school, and the conversations that we had on the way to school and the signs that kids made, like it really supplemented, their understanding of just something so basic like walking to school with their friends, and how brave it was that Ruby Bridges did that for the first time, right? So and then I also love the focus on, fighting climate change and thinking about, how to get stinky cars off the road. And so just the engagement that kids have and recognizing the power of their own, individual actions every morning. It certainly has, it's gotten my kid out of bed to walk to school more often than she otherwise would. So again, thank you so much. And I guess the last question I had is, how many bike blenders do you have? Do you have enough to cover the entire school? Because that is like such a hit.
Bike blenders. We have, I think, 2 bike blenders, and we do deploy. We haven't deployed it in a while because of COVID, but we're coming back with the bike blender soon.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Any other questions? So we will move on to public comment on this item. I have no blue cards. Do we have any folks online who would like to give public comment?
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item E4. Please raise your hand at this time. Our first speaker is Margaret Boone.
Sorry, I hadn't planned to speak on this, but I think it's a great program. I saw it at Roseland. I think it's wonderful. But I think a big part of it is the equity in schools and in our historically oppressed, socioeconomic schools. We really need to focus on making them more appealing so that they are community schools, and carrying that all the way up through the high schools, where every high school has the same kind of electives offered, where there's vocational programs for kids and just things that everyone can access. So, and everything translated into different languages, because there's still stuff we have in our district that is not translated into Spanish. So thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. President Manieri. Oh, there's one more hand. Our next speaker is Deanna Oliveras.
Hi, it's me again. I love this organization and I've been a part of it for years, and I used to volunteer when my kids were in elementary school. My focus right now is that to remind everybody that it ties in to school safety. And again, just like the library month and every other month that you designate, what are you doing to help kids get to school safely? So if kids can get to school safely, are they going to be safe while they're at school? How many parents can volunteer to get the kids to school safe? And as the representative that's speaking tonight said, she calls on law enforcement to help to get kids to school safe. And when I was volunteering, and when I helped organize this event for the Rican Valley School District for many years, I called the Highway Patrol and I called SRPD and I called parents to put on yellow vests to help our kids cross Highway 12 when we need, because teachers would even walk to school. Teachers would take their kids to school. Teachers would take their kids to daycare early just to be able to walk to school with their students. And so it's a community effort, but again, I feel like it constantly falls on deaf ears, and you're going to vote to say, yeah, let's do this time after time, year after year, but really it doesn't mean anything. These resolutions that you guys put forth on this board, Santa Rosa City School Board, it doesn't mean anything. And so I just hope you all sit with it, because the fact that you constantly listen to all of us and then you vote yes on everything means nothing to the public. So I just hope you all realize that.
Thank you. President Manieri, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you. This is a discussion item. So back to the board for any further discussion. Director Medina.
Yeah, I think wrong button. I was just gonna ask, is there, as technology moves forward, is there any look at it growing to possibly include like electric scooters? I know that's a newer thing. A lot of, folks are traveling with that. And I think that would then also require us to maybe have a place for students to be able to store those. But is that on the horizon or something y'all have looked at?
That's a good question. You mean like education training on how to ride electric scooters? Is that what you're asking?
Safety and
Yeah,
just
safety
use.
addressing. We haven't specifically addressed electric scooters, mostly because we're dealing with elementary grades, mostly with our education programs. Some middle school, we could potentially incorporate that into some of our PE programming in the future, but we haven't done that yet.
Well, thank you so much for your work and your continued partnership. It's always really great to have updates on how these programs are going. So thank you so much, Tina, and our staff for presenting this to us this evening.
Thank you so much for having me again. Take care, everyone.
Thank you. All right, and now we are on item E5. This is another discussion item, survey results and updates, Youth Truth, Culture and Climate Survey, and Panorama Social Emotional Survey. The Board of Education will receive an update regarding the Panorama and the Youth Truth surveys. The Panorama Education Survey provides student and staff perception of their social emotional learning and well-being. The Youth Truth, Culture and Climate Survey provides data on students, families, and staff. And presenting this discussion item are Assistant Superintendent Castro, Executive Director Tim Zalonardo, who's not here this evening, or is he online with us?
If necessary, yes.
Okay. Coordinator Kesa and Mental Health Clinical Supervisor Eric Lofke.
Thank you, President Manieri, Superintendent Trinell, members of the board, and the Santa Rosa City Schools community. As you were saying, providing tonight's update for consideration is Kesa Ennemark, Coordinator of Student and Family Engagement, and Eric Lofke, Mental Health Clinical Supervisor.
Good evening, Honorable School Board and Superintendent Trinell. Tonight is special as Eric and I have worked together for about 3.5 years, and we have presented many times to the school board, but this is our first time together in person presenting to the school board. So we wanted to call that out. Our district strives to support the whole student, both academically and with their social emotional wellness. And as a method to evaluate the level of students' social emotional learning and well-being, our district implemented the Panorama Survey of students beginning in the fall of 2021. And then since the spring of 2019, our district utilized the Youth Truth Survey, which is an anonymous survey of culture and climate, survey for students, families, and staff. And that's through the Sonoma County Office of Education as well.
Next slide.
Were we not in charge of ours?
Yes.
Oh, got it. You are familiar with our multi-tiered system of support pyramid, and Eric says, Casey, you love this slide. And I said, yeah, but it really helps with coherence. Next slide, please. This timeline just shows that the Panorama Survey is given twice. It's a pre and a post, and the Youth Truth is a one time a year. And you can see that Panorama is shorter and is done twice, and Youth Truth is once and is a little bit longer of a survey.
Next slide. And
one piece I have to add on is that the Youth Truth Survey replaced the California Healthy Kids Survey. So that's one that's we swapped that out a few years ago. Thank you.
this is a slide that compares and contrasts the differences between the two screeners. The Panorama and Youth Truth both center around the fact that Panorama is connected to our student information system and allows us to use the results to understand how individual students are doing from a social emotional basis. Both Panorama and Youth Truth provide information on how different groups are doing. They both provide subgroup data, but Panorama provides us some more actionable results at the student level, allowing us school staff to administer check-ins to specific students and groups of students. Youth Truth data is anonymous, and like Panorama, trends can be broken down by school and demographics for overall. But since it's not cross-referenced to our student information system, we have to rely on the demographic responses made by the folks who are filling the survey out. You can see above that some of the topics from the two different, next slide, please. You can see above that some of the topics align and fit together. This overlap allows us to have a higher degree of confidence in our results. It may seem like a duplication of efforts, but they work together to provide us overlapping but different types of student, staff, and family information. In general, Youth Truth focuses more on the campus climate culture, and Panorama focuses more on student experience. Next, please.
As you can guess, an important detail of giving surveys is making sure that we have enough participants in those surveys. So these response rates show that we are,
Sorry, back. I didn't see.
That's okay. We are getting better at surveying students because more students take these surveys, but we need to improve on getting our families to take the surveys through the Youth Truth. And we know that teachers and other staff members are given time during their staff meetings to take this survey. So that's helpful.
I would probably be remiss if I didn't come and speak to this board and say the following words. We can measure, we can change what we can measure. And we're hoping to change the social emotional capacity of students wide scale, system wide. And these surveys allow us to understand and assess how our students are doing from a social emotional standpoint. Next slide, please.
So first, we'll dig into a little bit of our Youth Truth summary data. And the categories represented in all 3 levels of elementary, middle, and high, as well as student, family, and staff surveys. So we're focusing on a percent change where we found a trend. So you'll see sort of, they're a little bit off center, but the 2 right columns, the data is indicating an improvement or a percent positive increase in these areas of engagement, relationships, and culture. And in the column on the left, I was surprised, and we noticed that the scores were declining in all 3 levels in all 3 categories, which was interesting. Thank you.
Next. So since students self-identify on the Youth Truth, we can actually compare some subgroup data that we don't have as part of our student information system. And this slide allows us to see that students who identify as LGBTQ+ students are scoring lower than students that do not in most of the areas that we're measuring for, except for the positive relationships that they feel on campuses. And while we'd like very much to improve each and every one of these areas, and we want to close the gaps between subgroups like this, it is a little reassuring to see that in the relationships with folks on campus and in their lives, that subgroup is not performing low in that area. Our students continue to report that feeling depressed, stressed, and anxious is the biggest barrier to their learning. This aligns with student reporting across the country, state, and nation. It also aligns with the overwhelming push and increases in our capacity to provide widespread mental health support. Both surveys provide the ability to drill down into various subgroups. We can see that the Hispanic and Latinx high school students data was more favorable than their white counterparts in engagement, academic challenge, culture, and college and career readiness, but were less favorable in belonging and peer collaboration and relationships. Middle school students, on the other hand, were similar to that, but had different breakdowns. But it allows us to get granular with the experience of different groups. The Youth Truth results are transparently on the website, and folks can look them up on the, where are they located?
The district website on the Ed Services page. If you look on the left-hand side of the purple, there's the very last tab, it's Youth Truth Survey, or you could just search Youth Truth in the website.
And we can see here that we're really focusing on increasing our opportunities to help staff, students, and families and become more familiar with the platform. And we're utilizing the data to inform our LCAP and SIPSA actions. Next.
Next up are the Panorama survey results. So now that we have 2 data points or 2 years to compare the Panorama student perception, we see that 3 of the 5 areas improved slightly. So those you can see in the green sections highlighted. And in secondary, 4 areas improved slightly. You can see the green, and with only 1 area decreasing, and that was challenging feelings, and that's in that pinkish color. The highest and one clear highlight I can say is that compared to in the Panorama surveys, the highest and the lowest themes that we had last year are the same high and low themes that we have this year. So we have supportive relationships continue to be the most favorable. So all of that work on the connection before content, I think, was paying off, which is reassuring, we hope. And the least favorable area was self-efficacy, or students not believing that they could do it, like their self-confidence in their schoolwork. And we noticed that Santa Rosa City Schools is the lowest percentile when compared to other schools nationally. So if you see that bottom row, self-efficacy, there's an orange dot. That's where that's highlighted. And there's one neat. Okay. It's important to point out that we have some connection between our district-wide work with Joe Bowler and the growth mindset in math professional development, because that's addressing sort of that low student self-efficacy. So we're hoping to see positive results there.
We're going to jump to 16 now.
Okay, the big question is, what do we do with the data? So we're going to share at the district and the site level what we did. We really share the data in meetings that we have monthly with employees. And you can imagine how many different meetings those are. And that way the employees can go back to their sites, work with their teams to make a plan, either on individual students or a school-wide response. Thank you.
On 17 is district-wide. At the site level, each site administrator had to report out on an accountability sheet how each site was using this information in order to address some of the findings that came up. Next slide, please. What's new for next year is that we have 2 years of student data, a streamlined process to collect opting outs, and we had a few more this year than last year for the opt-out surveys. And we have, we're looking forward to a second data point in the spring. And we will go to slide 20, the last one.
Yeah, it's our job and responsibility now to review the data with our community, make plans for improvement, and report out any progress. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much. Director Flores has his hand up.
Yeah, so thank you for bringing this forward. I just want to say that, you know, it's late, right? I'm a little bit tired. And this information is too important for us to go through this, you know, in about 5 minutes, right? And I get it. So what I'm asking the board is that can we have a special board meeting where we can dive into this and talk about what sort of, you know, services, you know, how we're going to look at this data, right? Dive into this and what sort of services we are providing and what sort of scaffolding services we need to provide, right? Where we can have a more, you know, rich discussion as to the issues that these surveys are indicating, right? Because I mean, some of the information that I read here are pretty alarming, right? That I think we need to dedicate, you know, a special board meeting to talk about this instead of, you know, at 10:30 at night when we were all worked, you know, 16 hours already. So I'm asking the board if we can schedule a special board meeting to make sure that we address the issues that came up and give you more time to discuss it, you know, in a more, you know, meaningful way than in just a brief report meeting for today. So that's, you know, thank you.
Yeah.
We'd be honored to come back. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Because there's so much, this is such rich data, and I really appreciate the way you disaggregated it and highlighted some of the distinctions too, that kids who are identifying in different ways are having different experiences based on their identities. I love that you acknowledge, you know, the responsibility to review the data with community. And I'm wondering if that could also be part of the special board meeting. I can imagine what my kids' responses are going to be around the self-efficacy and what was that last data point, the really low one? But I would love to hear from kids, like, why did you score it like that? And what would be helpful? And I know from both of my kids, it would be less homework, more fun. Because it's crushing, right? And kids they don't feel confident in what they're able to do because they're spending 5 hours a night doing it, right? That's too much. And so just thinking about, like, how are we going to review the data, or especially around those 0 to 19%. I love the idea of doing that in a special board meeting with kids really participating and giving us some of that feedback in real time.
At this time, we will move on to public comment. Do we have any folks online?
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item E5. Please raise your hand. Our first speaker is Deanna Oliveras.
Hi, Superintendent and Board. Most of you know I've been advocating against these surveys for a while, and I find that it's disheartening because you push and push and push these surveys, but yet our kids don't even have enough time with their teachers. and the teachers are stressed out about these surveys. And I know this because of public records requests that I have with administrators and principals emailing teachers to say, assign these surveys to students instead of PE. And I think that's really unfortunate because our kids need PE, but instead of PE, when these surveys come up, they have to sit in the auditorium or cafeteria or whatever and do these surveys. And I know that it's against ed code to actually assign these, but many teachers are. And the few teachers that are bold enough to speak out against these surveys probably get harassed or looked down upon. And there are many teachers that I know don't want to do these surveys. And then K-3, they actually take the surveys for the kids. And these surveys are used as data and matrix for contracts. Like the NBOP, this survey, Youth Truth, is used as a quantitative matrix to how students feel. And so I know what's next on your agenda. What's next is to survey these kids and see how safe they feel and manipulate that information to not feeling safe with cops on campus and using that. And that's what the agenda is. And we all need to opt your child out.
Thank you. President Manieri, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you so much. And we look forward to having this conversation in greater detail. The data is incredibly important to us and it deserves more time. So thank you.
Thank you.
The next item, and just so that the board is aware, we have 6 minutes to get through this next item, our consent items, and the rest of our agenda. The next item is updates to the COVID-19 safety handbook. This is an action item. And joining us, we have COVID coordinator, John Jones.
I'd like to welcome Mr. Jones and thank you for your patience with the meeting being so late. Given the hour, we are just going to turn it over to the board. We've provided the board with updates that have been presented through the governor's order, as well as CDPH and
Cal OSHA.
OSHA. Thank you, Cal OSHA. And we'll just turn it back to the board if there are any questions or comments.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, we will take public comment.
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item E6. Please raise your hand. There are no hands raised.
Thank you. Back to the board for any discussion, further questions, or a motion.
I'd like to move to approve the updates to the COVID handbook.
Second.
I was moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Flores. Roll call vote, please.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. That brings us to our consent items. Thank you so much, Mr. Jones.
That was awesome.
Are there any members of the public who would like to give public comment on any of our consent items?
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on the consent portion of the agenda. Please raise your hand. There's one hand raised. Deanna, can you please tell us which item you'd like to comment on?
I want to comment on the contract items. I think it's
F5.
Yeah, thank you.
Hang tight real quick.
Okay.
Okay, so we need a motion on IF items 2 through 4 and 6 through 13.
I'd like to move to approve items 2 through 4 and 6 through 13.
Second.
That was moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Now we will go back to item F5.
Deanna, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I just wanted to say I feel like these contracts are absurd. And I know the board is striving to do what everyone else is doing, but the hundreds of thousands of dollars that we spend on contracts every month, I don't think it's doing our kids a service when the schools are safe and parents are unenrolling their students and qualified teachers are leaving the area and classified employees are leaving the area because you don't pay them enough to work here. And if we would do away with all these crazy contracts, like half of them need to go bye-bye, because we have amazing teachers in the district, qualified teachers that are probably more established and experienced than these contractors that you're paying to come in and teach the teachers, when the teachers just need a little bit of wiggle room and not so much stress so that they could be creative. That's why they became teachers. And all these extra surveys and apps and technology need to go away, because we need our kids to be safe, feel loved, and read and write. And besides that, maybe some cool electives. And these contracts keep coming across the table month after month, and it doesn't do anything for our families because they're not getting the fundamentals and the foundation that they need. And parents are leaving, students are leaving, teachers are leaving, classified staff's leaving. It doesn't mean anything if the foundation's not there. Stop with the
Thank you.
contract.
Thank you, Deanna.
Okay, we need a motion on item F5.
Move to approve.
Second.
That was moved by Director Flores, seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. We need a motion for approval of emergency board meeting
So
minutes
moved.
held. Thank you.
Second.
That was moved by Director Sheffield, seconded by Director De La Cruz. Roll call vote, please.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. We need a motion on
So
item
moved.
G2.
Second.
That was moved by Director Sheffield, seconded by Director Flores. Roll call vote, please.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director Flores, Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye, thank you. Any board member requests for information? Seeing none, before we adjourn, Superintendent Trunell, any last announcements?
Good night.
Thank you.
It's 10:30.